tell you what happened at Speaker's Corner.
Okay, let
Um,
me let me let me stop my camera for a minute so people can see I'm a real person, and then I'll put this avatar on again.
uh-huh.
Let's see. Let's see. Okay, I'm a real person. Okay. All right.
um, yes.
Oh, what happened over there?
Yeah, it was fun. I actually missed my stream with Judas, which is supposed to be at 8 because I couldn't get back in time because of the trains and also because I
Oh,
left not early enough. Um, yes, so I got there for 1 and yeah, stayed for, well, I should have left at 7 in order to get home for 8, but I left a little later. Um, and yeah, so yeah. Well, when I thought of it, I spent yes 7 hours there.
oh wow. Wow, I don't get jealous of things very much, but speaker's corner. I can get a little jealousy going up about that. That looks like real fun to me.
Well, it was. So I guess you'll just have to stay near Marble Arch somewhere and make sure you arrive at the weekend so you can take it in. And yeah, it's like a cocktail party, but without the cocktails, you can jump straight into whatever's on your mind without the small talk. So that's what's so great about it, I think.
I went years ago over there and no one was there. Years and
Because
years.
everything was fine, or everybody thought everything was fine.
It was in
When
the daytime. It was in the daytime. Is it mostly a nighttime thing?
I think it's meant to be during the daytime. I mean, I've been there in the evenings when the nights were long, and when it got dark early, and there was still, people were still talking there. But I assume um, that they can stay till whatever time that the park closed. But doesn't the park ever close? I'm not really sure how it works now even. But I assume that there's a certain time when you have to leave the park when it officially closes. But
Oh,
maybe that.
I must have
Uh,
got there way too early. I remember it was daytime, and I think it was really, maybe like 10 in the morning or something. I don't know. It was too early, I guess. But
well, it says 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. Hyde Park Monday hours. So it opens from 5 and it stays open
yeah,
and it closes at midnight.
yeah,
I'm surprised. I didn't know that. So I
yeah,
don't know what.
yeah. There was just no one there. I was so disappointed. It was one of the things I wanted to see.
Hmm.
This was
Hmm.
like in 1976, if you can believe that.
Ah,
So
ah.
I was very disappointed because you've even heard about this, way back. I mean, there was no internet or anything back then. It was just somehow I'd heard about this. I don't know if it was from old movies or was mentioned in a book or what, but I wanted to see the place. I thought that sounded like fun. A bunch of people walking around talking their stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that was where they used to execute people. So I suppose, to the extent that free speech was allowed, the person about to be executed was given a chance to express his views about things.
Oh, maybe. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what was happening over there?
Um, I got there, and because rain was forecast, I noticed that there weren't that many people there. And but anyway, I got talking. I'm trying to remember the first person I spoke to before I saw Khalid with Teo, and they were already. I mean, we I think we all converged on each other at the same time. So, and that was the first time I met Teo, who is as nice as he is in person as he is online. He has a very warm and um, just a very friendly persona, I thought.
KO? Who's KO? I don't know that.
Teo, Teo, he hangs around with Jacob, the Faturecci group.
Oh, oh, okay.
I know you don't watch them, do you? Because I mean,
I don't watch this stuff as much. I keep ending up having to do other things, but I can see how if you keep watching, you'll kind of know the different people better. I don't know the people very well.
well, I mean, the thing about Jacob's streams is that they don't ostensibly say anything. You know, he actually calls them just chatting, so people can just come on and share their day and whatever. And that's one of the things I just sort of found annoying about it, I suppose, because it was never really about anything, and it was just as far as I was concerned, a display of personality defects and mental health issues. And obviously for a lot of these young men, there was something on their mind, but I guess that they needed time to finally get round to the subject of what's on their minds, and I thought it would be more helpful if you just gave a title to. But anyway, I mean, I know a lot of people don't think like me. I mean, I just think the obvious thing should be done, but people prefer to go around all the houses and whatever. And I suppose you'd never listen to anything through, because I think what distinguishes those people on Jacob's stream is that they're middle class and either Christian or post-Christian. Was that your impression of them?
Um,
Or maybe you didn't listen to them that long anyway.
I don't think I ever listened to a show all the way. He was always paranoid I was you. And then and then I was on there. I was on there a few times. They were talking about some stuff. I just wasn't
yeah.
I got halfway in when it already started, or so it was kind of not making sense in a good way, I guess. And then yeah, I never got one from the beginning. It just seemed like people kind of talking.
Yeah, I know, and this is, I suppose, I guess I'm saying that my streams are never like that. I like to think anyway. I mean, people, they know to talk about something and not just to wander around, all over this subjects like that. And but I guess your streams take on. I mean, streams take on the personality of the host, even when the host isn't there.
Probably they seemed a little bit like people were doing them, had started them or something during COVID shutdown or something, and then it was kind of continuing like a way to talk to people when you couldn't see anyone. The lockdown here was pretty bad, so I think some people were just it was a way to talk to people without because it got nerve-wracking for a lot of people to stay in the house. I think a lot of people paid attention to it, that lockdown.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I didn't particularly notice, but I mean, even after lockdown, there's just, the vacuousness of those dreams. So I felt a bit, bad for, I kept trying to get you to see it and, get you to watch it so you could agree with me. But I mean, obviously you're a busy woman.
I don't want to make him feel bad. I wasn't very interested in the streams. The one I thought was kind of interesting was where he's teaching Hebrew. I wish somebody would do Arabic the way he was doing Hebrew, like for reading the Quran or something. I wouldn't mind like that, where you just put the word up and somebody's saying the word for you kind of slow, like what he was doing. That I would like to watch an Arabic stream like that for all the words in the Quran. I would like something like that.
All the words, a Quran reading in Arabic.
With all the words. Usually it's tajweed or how to pronounce it, like phonetically, looking at it and reading. But I would like one where they just have each word and somebody is talking like that and it's kind of slow and you got the box and the cursor's on the box. I kind of liked how he ran the Hebrew class there. If you learn Hebrew, if you study Hebrew, which I didn't do that, but you can learn the whole all the words in the Bible because there's a finite number of words, and you can do the same thing with the Quran. It's a finite number of words in it, obviously, because it's a book and it's just the words that are in that particular book. So I think you.
I mentioned it to an Iranian, and she said it was a nightmare learning the grammar of classical Arabic. You know,
Yeah,
she said,
that's yeah, no, that's going too far. I meant just a word up, each word. Like every both these books have the most used words, and then you start having less used words, and you could start with the most used words. Somebody repeats, shows you the little box, big print on the screen, and then you can just do it like that. I would think someone would be able to know all the words pretty fast like that. I know in Hebrew, I think a rabbi told me you could learn it all in about 2 years, year and a
yeah,
half.
they were saying it's not that difficult to be able to learn how to pronounce the words, even though you might not know what it all meant.
Well, they teach it. They teach it more like sound out reading.
Yeah,
Tajweed.
yeah. So they don't actually know what it means. They just know how to, it's whatever, and that's how they do it in Arabic too. And these. How was I going to say? Retards think they're reading it, in the original language, but they have no idea what it means. I guess they think there's some magic to be able to read it in Arabic, and you're therefore more knowledgeable than the people who actually read it in their own language and understand what it actually says, instead of those retards who think, "Ooh, I read it in Arabic, I pronounced it in Arabic, and wow, ain't I clever?" And they have no idea what it says. And this is how I find, lots of Muslims that I've spoken to, that's how they learn it. They don't even know what it says.
Well, it's an art form. It's a you have Tajweed and you have Tartil, and it keeps the language alive. I don't speak Arabic. I don't know it. And for me, the way how do you say his name? Faturachi. The way he
Faturecci.
Faturachi. Okay, so the way he teaches, the way he was doing it with the Hebrew, that's what would have been useful for me. An Arabic that was just done simply like that, where you have the most used words first, and then you
Yeah,
start.
I mean, there was a synagogue not far from me, and they were offering Hebrew classes, and I actually made inquiries, and they said, well, it's not that hard to, know how to pronounce it, but obviously a different matter if you want to, be able to read the Talmud and stuff and the Torah, which I guess,
Yeah, it's they like to use Sephardic. If you're learning Hebrew, if you do Sephardic, it's easier to pronounce, and it's some of the letters sound the same.
yeah, I mean, it's phonetic,
It's
isn't it?
Ashkenazi that sounds more like Arabic. Yeah.
Right,
But
right. But I suppose,
I could read it for a little while and then I forgot.
yeah, but I mean, did it give you some fresh insight into, what it was all saying,
Huh?
or not particularly? Hello? Okay, I can't hear Carol anymore. Oh, I guess it's gonna keep happening.
Let's
Oh,
see.
yes, I can hear you again now.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear what you were saying, but you were going to a synagogue and learning Hebrew?
Yes, and they said, it's it had already started anyway. Well, I missed the class, but they said it was very easy, really, to know how all the how it all worked, because it was just like learning ABC, but in a different language, and being able to pronounce it phonetically. And yeah, I mean, French and Italian are phonetic language.
Okay, I'm gonna go off and see if I can come back in. I'm gonna go off and see if I can come back in. I don't know why.
All right. So I was just saying, I wish people would read whatever they need to read in their own language, so they know what it actually says. And this is something that I've noticed with Muslim, that um, they think they're being so clever, being able to read words in Arabic, but they have no idea what it means. Is this how you think? Is this how you have experienced Muslims when you talk to them about the Quran? The ones, I mean, okay, more Muslims than not are not Arabic speakers, are they? Oh dear. I don't know if Carol can hear me or not. I don't
I
know.
can't hear you, Claire. Most of your words are.
Okay, okay. I guess that there's going to be some difficulty because you seem to be dropping out, and I guess
Yeah.
we're not being able to hear each other properly.
Well, you could take classes where they'll teach you how to sit, which, I did start taking that one time, or a couple of times. I tried to do that a couple of times, but my pronunciation is just
Okay,
awful. And so,
I was asking you if you thought learning it in Arabic gave you any religious insights into the scripture. That was what I was asking you. Did you hear my question?
no. Why don't we go off and try to I don't know. Let me see here. Why don't
Okay,
I?
I
Why
mean,
don't I
I don't
disconnect
know
and come back
what
on?
else to do. I mean,
And
because I think we have the same problem.
I don't know why it's doing this. Uh huh.
Did you hear my question?
No, no, I didn't.
I was asking if you found any insights while you were learning Arabic and Hebrew, any religious insights into the scripture as you were learning the original language.
Claire, I can't hear anything. I don't know Arabic. I don't know Arabic. I took a Tajweed class,
What
which
does
is how
that
to
mean?
pronounce it following the rules.
Yes.
Tajweed is when you're reading the Quran. Okay, you can read the Quran as if you're reading Arabic. Then you can also take Tajweed, which is following the particular rules of reading Arabic. There's 6 different schools of Tajweed, 6 different ways of reading it, following certain rules. Like sometimes you'll drop some letters off, or how you pronounce the word in a particular way.
Mm-hmm.
It's more of an art form.
Mm-hmm. Did you
And then there's
experience?
Tartil, which is real. Let me try to go off again and come back. I don't know what the problem is with this.
Yeah, when you come through perfectly well. It's just that the sort of moments of silence, which I assume means that you have dropped off. Is everybody hearing okay? Effluent for you? Can you hear us okay? I mean, okay, there's only just me at the moment. Now, I wonder, I'm going to repeat my question to Carol because the more times she hasn't heard it, the more determined I am to ask it, or at least be assured that she has heard my question, even if she will not be able to answer it for one reason or another.
Okay.
You sound very clear.
Okay. Let's hear you say something. You were asking me a question about.
I was asking if the learning of the original language of the Quran and the Torah gave you any religious insights into the scripture.
I never got to the point of learning what the words meant. I never got to
Yes,
the.
yes, I know. Okay, so the answer is no. It was just the
There's a lot of
yeah.
similarities between Judaism and Islam. There's a lot of similarities. And I think you learn a lot about a religion being around a community. Okay, more than just reading from a book.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of similarities. A lot of what the law is being used for is for the same thing. Like, for example, well, this isn't about language, but in Islam, if you have the sufra, which is sort of the Arabic custom was sitting on the floor eating, like kind of like picnic style on a sufra. Okay, so you couldn't eat at a sufra that had wine on it. for example. If there's
Mhm.
wine there, you're not supposed to eat there. But it also means you're not supposed to be at a function with alcohol, right? But
Mhm.
with Judaism, like for example, let's say you're at work and a bunch of people are eating a bunch of things you're not supposed to eat. You put your food on a tray. So in other words, they create some type of border to keep you separated from the stuff you're not supposed to do as a
Mhm.
reminder. So they both do similar things, but the law is a little bit different in how they do it.
Mhm.
It's like that. And if I hadn't become Muslim, uh I would have become conservative Judaism. But Jesus is my homeboy too, and uh, I find Judaism to be less universal as a religion. But I would have probably become Jewish if I'd never heard of Islam or anything, to be honest.
Mhm.
But
So there was something about Christianity that drove you away from it.
it wasn't that I was drove away. I never believed Jesus was God, and there's only so long you can. I mean, if you're hanging around a religious community, it's either you get with the program or you're outside the program.
Were you actually with a religious community through your parents, or not
Well,
really?
We were Catholics. I mean, I used to go to catechism and stuff. I didn't get confirmed. I did not, but ever believe Jesus was God, even as a child. I didn't believe that, and it was, I used to irritate my mom with it a little bit. But I mean, it wasn't because it was in style to not think he was God. I just didn't believe that, but I liked him. You understand? So, on a theological viewpoint, Islam fits more. Uh, from a community standpoint, I would say if Judaism is more rigidly tribal, but Islam itself is a very bad community for white people. The community. So
Yes, because white people haven't really, um, well, it's not mainstream in the West, and therefore
well, you're
white people.
ostracized from everywhere. You're ostracized from society at large, and then the community ostracizes you. It was not quite like that when I first became Muslim. Most white people before the Arab oil boycott, I think I told you this before, white people that were Muslim were had gone in through Sufi orders, and people wouldn't have seen, they wouldn't appear to be Muslim in the street normally. Like many times I've been on the bus and people have, white women or something would ask me if I was Muslim, and it turned out they were Muslim too, but they become Muslim through Sufi orders. So they dress just like people here. They didn't dress
So,
differently.
so what's the difference between Sufi orders and the other kind of Muslim?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. They have a sheikh. They're learning Islam through a particular teacher. Basically, they have a little community that's set up around the teachings of a particular teacher,
So
and it's
that, I
yeah,
mean, that sounds like what other Muslims do too, isn't it?
sounds a little bit like what Ahmadiyya did. It's. I think it's somewhat similar to how
Well, I
Ahmadiyya.
suppose they all. I mean, even the non-Ahmadiyas would have their own, mosques and
No, that's
congregation.
a different situation. The sheikh is an actual teacher. If you think of it as Hajj caravans, like
Sorry, what?
as a Hajj caravan, you have people that are going on Hajj, right? So you get
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of people together and they go as a group to Hajj.
Mm-hmm.
With Sufi orders, you're studying and stuff as a group to annihilate your nafs and to travel to the next world.
To
It's
annihilate your what?
nafs, your base desires, your uh,
Mm-hmm.
they're a little bit more focused on that, and they do it
More
as a group.
spiritual rather than political. I mean, I suppose I mean, maybe one of the reasons why a lot of Muslims say, "Oh, I'm just, I'm Sufi." Like, "Oh, don't hurt me. I'm not political." You
No, 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 no. Sufis can get quite political. They were running arms and stuff, guns, and no, no. That goofy Sufi. They're so not involved in politics. Isn't quite. That's not quite correct. They were
But
very
okay, that's the impression I got from the way some Muslims say, "Oh, I'm just a Sufi, don't hurt me, I just pray.
well.
I haven't got time to be plotting revolution or planning terrorist attacks." And okay, maybe I was wrong when I got that impression, but
No, that this stereotype that Sufis are like that is incorrect.
okay,
Sufis,
it's a stereotype and an inaccurate one.
well, it's inaccurate on the international stage. That's an inaccurate assumption on the international stage. Sufis, if you think of it as in civil rights in the United States, right? The black people were basically the communication and stuff was through churches. Sufis have their own communication and their own relationship between their order. They're not the ones that are running the fiqh show in the countries.
The what?
The law show. They're not running the law show in a country. The
Okay, so that is kind of why people think they're not political. They're not interested in.
they think they're
They
not
just
political.
chant their kind of day away.
No, they think they're not political because of the bunch of universal Sufis that came into the United States. And it's not that you have to be political or not. It's what's going on and why. Like they, if you look back in history, a lot of them would be stockpiling weapons and stuff, or they were involved, like up in the northern part of Turkey. They were involved with fighting against the Mongolians.
When was this? What century was this? This was what the Middle Ages.
Well, I don't know what century, but it's whenever the Ottomans, well, the Seljuk, probably around the Seljuk time.
I'm not sure.
Anyway, basically, it's a different institutional method for spreading Islam. It's a different institutional setup, and they teach it through. They have a teacher, and this teacher had a teacher, and it goes back much in the same way people talk about the fiqh schools. But
I'm just trying to establish. I mean, okay, there'd be no Sufi terrorists. Is that something that's true or not?
Well, I don't know. Oh, you mean today?
Yeah,
Well,
this is what. Okay, I'm thinking in particular of Tim Winter, and maybe I was.
Tim Winter.
It wasn't him, but I said, and he was saying I'm a Sufi, not a Salafist. And these two seem to be.
Yeah, that's modern day talk. Yeah, no, they follow sheikhs. Okay, he's a Sufi. He's concerned about that. I mean, there's really no reason for somebody to be causing problems there. But if you're in Muslim countries or in history, for example, Sufi orders have been involved with training soldiers.
But that was centuries ago, because I guess if you're talking about the
well, if you're going into the
or something
no. If you go into Eastern Europe and stuff, no. Some of them were. Some of them. There's going to be a revolution or something. It is possible that Sufi orders could start amassing weapons and stuff. It depends on what's going on.
But I mean, there's no recent example.
The reason these
political.
These reasons that in these different countries they clamp down on Sufi orders is because they have their own separate communication, and they will go against government sometimes. Okay. They will.
All right, but I
That's why
mean,
the
can you think of a
Ottomans.
recent modern example of Sufis doing this sort of thing? Because
Well, they were amassing weapons in Tajikistan. I know that. And
when was this?
I don't know, pretty recently.
Oh, right, okay. I mean, I guess I'm a bit
They
vague
were
about.
fighting the Soviets,
Uh-huh.
and some of them, and the Deobandis are a type of Sufi order.
Are
Well,
they? Oh,
some
I
of them,
didn't know that.
some of them. So it gets it. Sufism is basically an emphasis on annihilating your nafs, and if you think about institutional setup, that's one way to look at these different organizations. Like, you can look at a fiqh school as an institutional setup. They have schools, they teach different students, they get ijazas or whatever, and then they teach
Sorry, what's that word?
ijazah. Like, you study, okay, like in the old days in England, if you studied a book, a teacher taught you the book. It wasn't this read the book on your own, right?
Mm-hmm.
You take a class and they would teach you the book. So it's like that in Islam. You have teachers. They have teachers of the Quran. You have teachers of fiqh. So they're teaching you the book. You study a book, and the teacher's teaching you, and then you get a certification saying that you learned that book, and whether or not you're able to teach the book to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So you go through things like that. Sufi orders have a sheikh. The sheikh has people under him who represent him that come out. And they used to actually call them caliphas. Some of them actually would call them caliphas. So this is an institutional way of teaching Islam. And that's what spread Islam up in Turkey during the Seljuks. And they're the people who fought the Mongols.
Could you explain who the Seljuks were and that
The
sort of
Seljuks were before the Ottomans. They were, the leaders in Konya and stuff. In Turkey, the Seljuks were the ruling I guess, I don't know if you could call that an empire. They were the rulers. And eventually the Mongolians beat the poop out of them. And then the Ottoman Empire started up north. But how Islam spread has been a lot through Sufi orders, and they don't talk about that so much because the stereotype is Islam was spread by the sword and all this, but a lot of it was spread by Sufi orders and
Arab traders.
Merchants, depending on the countries, merchants and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the Ottomans, after they became centralized, started pushing the idea of Qadi judges sending up into areas, because people used to resolve their differences with the sheikhs. The sheikhs were the legal system, everything.
They were the arbitrators.
Yes. So they sent up Qadi judges that were usually Hanafi in these regions where people had changed from a previous religion. So they would send them up, and they tell everyone, you need to go to these people for arbitration. So they started undermining the power of Sufi sheikhs. And then, of course, at when Ataturk and them came in, they made them illegal. Sufi orders became illegal, and their main places were turned into museums, like they did with
So Ataturk was the secular Turks who said that the Ottoman Empire should go because the whole thing was stupid and it didn't work.
Right. And they pushed secularization just like Reza Shah did in Iran. What happened in Iran and Turkey was you had governments that started pressuring for secularization and a European type of identity for their people. They tried to force it on them.
Because they wanted to modernize and catch
up.
It
wasn't just modernizing. And it was, they actually wanted to be politically part of Europe. is basically
Well,
what.
the Japanese also modernized, so I guess.
Well, I don't think the Japanese are trying to say they were Europeans. The Turks were. The Turks felt, you had several sultans in Turkey who they actually thought they could be part of the European thing. I mean, you have Greece right there, you have Turkey. The issue is though that the Turks and the Iranians, or what's left, Iran used to be a bigger empire. They were never part of the Roman Empire. They don't have that historical heritage connection. The Europeans did not view them that way because they were so into Christianity, given the divine right of kings and this sort of thing. And everybody's trying to steal each other's resources, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have these issues going on, but their culture and stuff, I don't know. It gets complicated, this thing, when you start looking at it from the idea of institutionalizing it, or from how they view their own culture and other cultures and this sort of thing. But the Ottomans did have this idea that they were going to, rule the world, and this sort of idea. But they're not quite bit. If you go to Turkey, you feel like you're in a place that's in between being in
Europe and Asia.
If you feel like you're in between
Eurasia.
No, you feel like you're in between Iran and Italy and how the people behave and the architecture. I mean, some of the architecture looks almost like you're in Italy, but not as fancy, not as stuff. And they had so many Europeans that had come into Italy. They had so many that if you look at an old coin of Ertugrul, he had a very round face. They're heavy European DNA in their country.
And you're saying the culture is Italian, or?
No, I'm saying is the feel of the culture. Like, for example, if you're in Italy, okay, I'm speaking as a Muslim. Okay, I'm in Italy. I'm not in Italy. If I'm in Turkey, there are so many white-looking Muslims. So many white Muslims. That's the one place where, if you go as a white Muslim, they don't seem to think it's odd. They don't seem to think it's odd that some American Muslim who's white is in Turkey. They don't find that odd because they have so many Sufi orders. I mean, they kind of assume you might be, Mevlani or in the Rumi Sufi order or something like this. But it's just not weird. They don't think it's weird. They don't ask you stupid questions.
Like what? How long have you been Muslim? That sort of thing? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that was almost non-existent. I don't think anyone asked me that. No one said anything to me like, you have to pray 5 times a day. Nobody said anything like that to me. They were just like, oh, you're Muslim or whatever. And that was it.
This was where? In Turkey, when you were in Turkey?
Yes. Yeah.
When was that?
I don't know. It was a few years ago. I wasn't there that long. I was just in Konya mostly. I didn't go up to Istanbul. Konya is a very religious town compared to the rest of Turkey, in that I only saw, 2 women without a hijab on. But if you go up to Istanbul, a lot of people don't wear hijab, but they're not as, they're just wearing it because they want to. I did see at the university one girl just wearing pants and a shirt. I mean, she wasn't wearing hijab at all. And the other women all had these kind of coat things. They look almost like the Russian coats, like they come out from the waist. They look, their style is a little bit different, and they had scarves on and stuff. They look nice, but they don't have this attitude that white people can't be Muslim. They're all over their country. White people are Muslim all over the country, but they would not be 100% white. Like you could see that in their actors and stuff. A lot of them look Circassian. If you watch some of their shows, some of the actors and actresses that they had a lot of these different people came. The Ottomans had a interesting way of dealing with conquered peoples. It was different with each group, each person. Anyway, the country's different. These countries are all different. And that's why, nationalism is kind of important, because this global, everyone's going to be the same monoculture is just it's ridiculous. People are not going to be happy under that.
Well, I mean, that's the whole point of the Quran. I thought, it's like, here's a book, you follow it your way, and there's no pope, looking over you and saying you have to do it this way, which was rather different to Europe.
Well, people had to figure out, okay, at the death of the Prophet, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, then the argument came up, what are we supposed to do for authority in the community? That's what I told you. This all has to do with authority. Who has the authority to lead the Muslims after the death of the Prophet? And so, of course, you have the different, you have the what turned into the Sunni Shia split. You had other splits. You had different religious leaders who started teaching within institutionalized of like Sufi order, schools of thought and stuff. All this stuff developed over time. It all
yes, I can imagine that the schism would develop over time. But do you know?
The development of the idea of schools of thought, of having thick schools, developed over time. None of this.
Yes, that would be natural. I don't have trouble understanding that. But I wanted to ask you a question about the Sunni Shia schism. What were the political reasons that caused it? Oh dear.
What were the political reasons that it's an argument over authority, over who exactly people thought were supposed to carry on the leadership of the community.
So, yes, about the occluded Caliph Ali and all that. But I thought perhaps I thought that perhaps that was just a story, and there were other underlying reasons for it. Something with the
well, they did it. So part of it was that. Part of it was nationality and stuff. Like, okay, some of them didn't want this certain tribes being in this control over the Muslims because they wanted to be equal. Some of
the Iranian, the Persians rejecting Arab rule.
Persians basically became Muslim later. It wasn't that the Persians rejected Arab rule. This was in the beginning Arabs arguing over this. This was Arabs arguing. Different types of
okay, so you're saying that the Sunni Shia split occurred amongst Arabs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, different types of Arabs, and it was mostly. If you want to look at it from a political angle, a lot of it had to do. Some of it had to do with leadership and their tribe's status within the new expanding government. I guess you could think of it that way. That would be one reason. Another reason would be maybe people thought, we don't want to have this type of authority of us. We want the community itself to be its own authority. That's why I was telling you secular Quranism is sort of Khawarij in its thinking. In other words, secular Quranism is emphasizing the idea that the community, i.e. the United States, would interpret Islam for itself. This is a Khawarij idea. And Khawarij is basically very much downlooked upon by Sunnis and Shias. They don't like it. They don't like this idea.
Because they want to control the interpretation.
Well, you're talking, it gets into politics and stuff. It depends on how you're looking at it. And it gets so complicated if you really try to look at this. Like, what are the motivations? What would be the true motivation that an individual would pick a side? There's going to be many different reasons. Okay.
I'm just looking for the historic reasons, really.
Well, these are the historic reasons, Claire. This is right after the death of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. A bunch of Muslims quit paying their taxes. They said, since the Prophet's dead, we don't have to do this anymore. We don't have to pay taxes to him. We're just going to take care of it ourselves within our own tribe. And so they said, quit praying. They would sneak around, look at, I mean, it's a big history going on. And, I'm not a scholar of this, but there's many reasons why an individual would pick a side or why a particular tribe would pick a side. But a lot of it had to do with people not wanting to be dominated by another group, if you're looking at it from that way. If you're looking at it from a spiritual reason, as it developed, the Shias are basically interested in who's the Imam as opposed to who's the Caliph. Their question is more, who is the Imam, not who's the Caliph.
Why is that? And what's
because they believe the spirit. They believe they believe the Imam represents the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. That he represents that authority and interpretation and application of the Quran in Islam. So it's not. Mm-hmm. So it's not just an idea of. It's not just a political thing. It's a spiritual aspect too. Okay, it's a spiritual.
Well, I suppose. Well, there's a law, and then then there's the stuff in people's heads when they,
Yeah, but they don't see it that way, Claire. They don't see it that way. They see it as separate. They don't think, okay, for the Shias and stuff, okay, it's history. Muslims had a caliph, right? It's history. It is history that Imam Ali had a problem with it, but he stayed with the community and he became the fourth caliph. This is history. So looking at that, so in other words, you had a unity that Imam Ali thought was important enough to not break up. We're going to keep it. But the development of law is different. And right now, there's not a big difference between 12 Shias and Sunnis from the aspect that the 12th Imam, you can't talk to him or look at him, and he doesn't, if he says something, he's not saying it to everybody. So they developed schools of law, and what they decided would have an impact on the law is different than what they're looking at in their approach they take. So you ended up with different law schools between Sunni and Shia. Sunnis have their schools. They accept precedents from all four caliphs. The Shia do not. And so
I understand the little detail of it. But what I'm trying to say is that, just say you're Iran or Iraq or whatever Muslim country you are. I mean, wouldn't you just sort of control the judiciary of whatever your country, and then you control the interpretation? I mean, I don't see what the big deal is about, and surely people in those days could manage that.
If you believe Prophet Muhammad said everyone was to follow Imam Ali after his death. If you believe that, you believe not doing so was disobeying the Prophet.
Yeah, but then Imam Ali died when?
But they had 12 Imams, Claire. It's like if you look at Islam.
So you're showing 12 Imams after what?
Okay, you had the Prophet, then you had Imam Ali, then you had his son. Goes down like that. They believe authority rested in between certain people, descendants of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Right now, they believe the 12th one is sort of incognito.
Occluded.
Yes. But they believe this is a spiritual aspect, and they believe that this is, you must obey this. It's like
What's there to obey? He's dead.
No, they don't believe he's dead, Claire.
Crikey! Of course, so the idolaters then.
Well, I don't think it has anything to do. This has nothing to do with idolatry.
What
It
has
has
it
to
got to
do
do with
with
shitty
institution.
idolatry?
Listen,
You know, pretending to be
Claire,
this sort of.
Claire,
You know,
you're getting too.
when was Imam Ali? How many centuries ago was that?
Claire, this is a spiritual aspect.
But
Okay,
it's just so dumb. I can't believe how dumb it is. Well, I mean,
okay, because
when
you're
was he supposed to have died?
Claire,
When?
Claire. Your thinking is more Havarij. Okay.
Well, I'm proud to be big because I
I'm
mean
not.
I
I'm
can't be
not
doing with this sort
insulting
of
you.
shitty. What do you?
I'm
Imam
not
Ali died
insulting
when,
you.
and we're still crying about it and arguing about it, and he's dead anyway, so he can't do anything for us.
Well,
What?
Claire, if you're not Claire, you want to argue.
I mean, it's just as stupid
If
as
you're
the
trying to
tree.
understand people, you have to
Yeah,
listen.
I've had to understand how stupid the whole thing is.
What is so stupid? Don't you think? Okay, from the same standpoint, one can make an argument. Why on earth do we have to follow any of these fixed schools? Right?
No, just obey the laws and believe whatever
The
shit
law,
people want to
the
believe
law,
in.
Claire.
Imam Ali, we still have to follow him. He died. Oh, he didn't die. Who knows? He's floating around, but we have to fight each other over it.
Claire,
How
Claire,
retarded is it?
Claire, you don't believe
Okay,
in
he died in
you,
661.
Claire, you don't have a belief in God. I mean, you're agnostic, right? You don't have an affinity or an attraction towards spiritual aspects of Islam. And this
Well,
is,
certainly not to this rubbish.
well, okay, that's your opinion. It's rubbish. But if we're looking at the wide population of what's going on in the world,
Because their
a
parents
lot
said,
of
"Oh,
people,
we're Shias, oh, we're Sunnis, so we're going to fight each other because our parents were whatever, and we have to fight for,
well,
you
it
know,
wasn't like this, Claire, 40 so years ago. If I went into around Muslims, it wasn't like this. What happened was the Iranians had a revolution and the Saudis went nuts. Okay? They thought they were going to lose their kingdom. And they flooded all this anti Shia stuff around the world. They just flooded because they got a lot of money, Saudis. They flooded it.
Okay, could you
They
explain why?
used to be
Could you,
married. They used
okay,
to be, when I went to a masjid or something, Sunnis and Shias were married to each other.
yes, I understand, but what is the big deal about the Iranian Revolution? Why did the Saudis feel that
Because
they were being threatened?
the Shah was considered the guardian of the Gulf. The United States had propped up Iran much in the way it props up Israel today. Okay? It had propped up Iran to be the guardian of the Gulf, to be the stable part. They had the big military, they hauled that. When the Shah fell, the Saudi monarchy was scared they were going to be next. There was even
Oh,
a
okay,
coup
like the French
tried.
Revolution and all
There
the
was even
monarchy.
a coup tried by the Saudi Air Force. So the Saudis had a problem. They had to keep their military relatively small enough to keep another coup from trying to happen. They had a group of Saudi Air Force officers that were actually trying to overthrow the government in Saudi.
Overthrow the king of the house.
Yes. In Islam, whether Sunni or Shia or whatever, there is a definite argument against the legitimacy of having a king.
Yes, because a caliph is not a king, is he?
I'm talking about, yes, but Saudi had a king. You know,
Yes, sir, but that's why it's all wrong.
Gudrit Bell, all that. Basically, the Saudis were what became these Arab countries all used to be part of the Ottoman Empire. Most of them, except for Iraq and stuff, used to be part of the Persian Empire. These are all, it's all about empires falling apart and what people can do to consolidate power, politics, preservation of resources. All this stuff comes into play. And religion becomes a way to create power and to legitimize what people are doing.
Yes, I know, but also interpretation of particular words matter. So if we're talking about a caliph, I don't know if you're agreed with me that a caliph is not a king, or do you disagree? I mean, I know they have been treated as if they were kings, but I'm saying that this was a distortion by Muslims of their own religion. A caliph was not a king, or originally, in the amongst the rightly
Would you
guided
consider?
caliphs,
Would
they
you
were not
consider?
kings.
Okay, people start bouncing around with the words here. Would you consider Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, a king? Because
Well,
people used to just ask.
no, because he didn't bequeath his leadership position to his son, because this is what kings do. I am king. When I die, I will give my, leadership position to my eldest son, or something like that, or
Well,
one of my sons.
the Shia believe he did. Okay,
I thought Muhammad didn't have a son.
he has son-in-law,
Well, that's not the same thing, is it?
but the Shia believed he bequeathed it to Imam Ali. Okay, I've told you before. This has to do with authority.
Yes, but
It has
I
to do.
understand succession is important, which is why the British monarchy has, and any other monarchy would have a rule of succession before the orderly transition of power. But this thing happened a long time ago. Imam Ali died in 661
It
CE.
affects today. It still affects today.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, and what I'm
okay,
saying.
Claire. You're just thinking this just sounds like a bunch of BS to you. Okay,
Yes, it is
it's
because
what.
obviously
Okay, you have
because
to
the most
think.
important thing is whether a caliph is a monarchy, and this nobody wants to discuss because of the House of Saud, right? Because if we say that a caliph is not a king, then the House of Saud would wobble, and more than wobble, because I know in Saudi scholars are imprisoned for talking about this sort of thing, aren't they? So
Okay,
it's very political
I don't.
whether a caliph is a king, and we know that in the Ottoman Empire they were treated as if they were kings because of their harem. They had an imperial harem in the Ottoman Empire, didn't they?
Oh, the Ottomans have a had a. Look, every people has their history, and every people has what they're trying to deal with.
I know, but if you have a harem and you're the caliph, you've broken the four wives max rule, haven't you?
Because they did not. They did not. They did not see this as
Yeah,
breaking.
I know. They just ignored all the things that they didn't
No,
want to.
they didn't think there was anything wrong with having
Yeah,
sex.
I know. It's just like I'm king. I can ignore whatever verses in the Quran I want to
Claire,
ignore,
Claire,
including chapter 18,
Claire.
verse 4. I keep asking all these Islamic historians, when did any caliph challenge any pope or archbishop of Canterbury
Claire,
about the idolatry of Christianity? It was, huh? What? I don't
you
know.
don't let
Ooh.
people talk. You don't let people talk to
No,
explain.
I'm asking a
We
question.
are not. Listen, you say one thing and then you're jumping to something else.
No, I'm focusing on the caliph thing, and I'm saying the caliph is not a king, and you're saying, oh, caliph, shmaliph, it doesn't matter.
I
People
didn't
just
say
use.
Kalish Schmalish, Claire.
You didn't
I
say
said
that
you asked the
exactly, but you're
question.
saying,
You
caliph
said
can be a
something
king.
about the Ottomans. You said something about the Ottomans. They broke their rules because they had the harem. No, the Ottomans' interpretation was Islam was that a man could have sex with his slaves. Slaves. The harem, that's the women's section. The Ottoman, most of the Ottoman sultans' mothers were slaves. Most of the sultans did not have a wife because they were trying to prevent politics. So the sultan would have a wife with one person. That lady would spend the rest of her time bringing up that child. He'd have one with somebody else. Most of his children were half brothers and this stuff. They had a different setup. They had a reason why they believed it that way. They had religious scholars or whatever that said this was okay. This is not.
Okay. Well, could I just stop you there and for clarification? So when you say sultan, you also mean the caliph, do you or not?
I'm talking about the Ottoman sultans. Yeah, they were caliphs. I think I'm not sure when they started saying they were caliph. It might have been after the war with the Fatimids. I'm not sure.
The Fatimids was another
Yeah.
dynasty.
You had the prophet. Basically, it's very simple. The prophet died. The people said, what are we going to do about this? Certain people rose to power. Other people felt marginalized. People said, no, we're not putting up with this anymore. You understand? This is what goes on. This is politics. So
Yes,
it's
I know, but
politics
I'm
from
talking
that
correct
standpoint.
interpretation of words. So
No, it's
basically,
not correct interpretation of words, Claire. Everything, religion, books, everything is interpreted by the reader.
of course, but there has to be a correct interpretation.
Well, good luck figuring out what it is. The Shia are always going to say you cannot have a correct interpretation of the Quran without looking at what the Imams said about it. The Sunnis are not going to look at what the 12 Imams said about it. They're going to look at the precedences set by the four rightly guided caliphs. And these are going to become part of what you're going to codify and look at. Different schools of thought rose up using a slightly different set of logic of how to determine what the law should be. Hanafi school, for example, looked at people's local customs. In local customs, as in that's why when people converted under Ottomans up north, they sent Hanafi judges because it took into account their particular tribal laws as part of the law. That's why Hanafi law looks different in different countries.
Okay, so any country that adopts secular Quranism, they can adopt it according to whatever, and I guess God will be the judge. I mean, if you interpret it in a
What you're
retarded way, then
suggesting,
you're going to crash and burn. And if you
look,
interpret it
in
in
the
a
beginning, the prophet died, and then you had a vacuum, and everyone's deciding what to do.
yeah, I know.
Your idea of secular Quranism follows more the Havarij idea, which is community consent and authority. Havarij is the community, the people have this.
Yeah, and obviously the government wouldn't like it. It's like, who are the peasants to interpret the Quran? Of course I'm going to be doing it, and I'm king or sultan or caliph or whatever. So yeah, they would be giving these peasants a bad press throughout history. That's why
No,
Islamic
Havarij,
is so so
listen,
bad. I mean,
Havarij. I forgot which one of the caliphs they didn't like. Well, there was a fight with Imam Ali, but their objection was always, did the community really accept this or not? Okay, it wasn't tribal. And if you read the history of the caliphs, it wasn't like everyone stood around and had some kind of a ballot election. That's not what happened after the prophet's death. You had the leaders of community coming in, deciding something. The Havarij's idea was more egalitarian and stuff among the people. And so their view was, we accept this as a group, our community. And you have people divided up in tribes, what they're going to, it's more complicated than how you're making it. You're looking at this as if it's today's world. But you have to look at these things in the historical context. Your particular idea is the community, i.e., Americans, will interpret the Quran.
yes.
And okay, this is a Havarij idea. That's what I'm telling you.
So I don't mind.
It is
Then
not.
I Khawarij then.
It is not, huh?
Well, then I guess I'll have to be Khawarij because I have to make the point that secular Quranism is for the national interpretation of whichever country adopts it.
I'm not saying you have to become Havarij. I'm talking about how you're looking at these things. You're seeing these things as all stupid. These people were not stupid for having their ideas. Okay? And as far as the Shia are, this is more of a spiritual aspect too. Okay, now the Sunnis, this has to do with political and stuff, and they went through these schools of thought. But you have two branches. It's not just Sunnis or four schools of thought. You have branches who accepts the first four caliphs and the ones that accept imamates. And you have different types of Shias that accept different imamates. And these are spiritual questions too.
Can you give an example of a spiritual question? Because I'm not sure what it means now. It sounds political from what you're saying, but I mean, I if you could explain what you mean by a spiritual question.
Claire, people have spiritual experiences. Okay? Shia have their own spiritual experiences. Sunnis have theirs.
Are you saying religious beliefs? It sounds like you're saying
experiences. You are focused very much on the law because you're focused very much on the law. Islam is not just the law. Okay? People have visions, people have dreams. It's sometimes, they feel these people talk to them, and usually they will not speak about them when these things start happening. They're not going to speak about it to other people. Okay, so what you're concerned about with secular Quranism is law.
yes.
Okay, law. So as a look at, if you're going to look at it just mostly as law, your idea is more Havarij because it's saying each country will have its own characteristics and make its own decision about the law.
Because no other country can stop it.
Yes, yeah. I'm not talking about the argument of why you have it. I'm saying this is more Havarij. Then you're talking to people that are Sunni and Shia, and I don't know if they recognize this is more Havarij in thinking or not. I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious, but maybe they're not thinking that way. But they all.
What's obvious that I'm Khawarij? Is that what you're saying?
Harvard. Yeah, it was the people that they wrote against Imam Ali. They really did not accept the rule of the caliphs or Imam Ali, but they accepted it if they accepted it. Like, for example, they didn't. I forgot which one. I don't want to say the wrong one. Oh, I forgot which one. There was one they did not. I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I think it might have been Uthman. They did not accept him not because they thought there was something particularly wrong with him, but because they felt that the people hadn't accepted him. Something like this. Their idea was different.
I can read it out so you'll know whether you said the right one or not. So Uthman ibn Affan.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. I'm not a historian, and this stuff isn't as I get my senior moments and this and that. I've read about it, and then I don't read about it all the time, and then I kind of forget.
Okay, but I'm sure you're using him to illustrate.
No, it wasn't for caliphs. I'm sorry, it was later. They didn't accept one of the caliphs, later caliphs, because they did not believe the people had accepted him. I don't think it was one of the first four. It was one later. You had the first four caliphs, then you had caliphs afterwards, and there was a lot of arguments under them too.
Okay, so the rightly guided caliphs were the Rashidun, yes?
Huh?
Rightly guided caliphs are called the Rashidun.
Right.
Am I right?
Yeah, right.
And there are four of them, four rightly guided caliphs. I'm just trying to make people learn something. So they are Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali.
Okay, so in Sunni Islam, whatever the four rightly guided caliphs did, you are not allowed to criticize it, say any of it was wrong, and their uh, rulings, their fake rulings, are accepted as not breakable, as being okay. With the Shia, they don't accept that. They accept only the rulings from Imam Ali. Did you understand? Going down
Okay.
to a different line of authority. So they're
Okay.
going down through a different line of authority.
Which explains why the Shia are more innovative, shall we say.
No, it explains why the Shia have some different laws. It's laws. I don't know about innovative. If I don't know why you would say innovative
Oh,
necessarily.
because I was thinking of the Muta marriage, which is Shia, isn't it?
Muta marriage was during the time of the Prophet, peace be upon him. The argument is over whether or not the Prophet got rid of it or not. The Prophet didn't create new forms of marriage when he came in. The Arabs and stuff had different forms of marriage. Okay. So the argument over is, when did this end? Did the Prophet get rid of it or not? The Shia are not going to accept somebody outside the imamate getting rid of it. I'm talking about 12er Shias right now. I'm not talking about Ismailis or some of these other. I'm just talking.
Okay, so according to Wikipedia, it says Nikah Muta, literally pleasure marriage, temporary marriage,
Mm-hmm.
or sige, which is Persian, is a private and verbal temporary marriage contract that is practiced in 12er Shia Islam, in which the duration of the marriage and the mahr must be specified and agreed upon in advance.
Right.
It is a private contract made in a verbal or written format. A
Right.
declaration of the intent to marry and an acceptance of the terms are required, as in other forms of marriage in Islam. According to Shia Muslims, Muhammad sanctioned Nikah Muta, fixed-term marriage called Muta in Iraq and Sige in Iran, which has instead been using as a legitimizing cover for sex workers in a culture where prostitution is otherwise forbidden. Some Western writers have argued that Muta approximates prostitution. Some sources say
Okay. Look, Claire.
what?
Look. No Shia. Okay. It existed during the time of the prophets. The argument between the two groups is, did the prophet eradicate it or not? Okay. That's what the argument is. Did they eradicate it or not? It existed during the time of the prophet. The time of the prophet had wife swapping. Those people in Mecca were just really wild. Okay, but they had temporary marriages. They have permanent marriages. People get married in secret. People had sex with their slaves. Prophet Muhammad regulated it and cut some of the stuff out. He did not change. He did not create a new form of marriage. All these talking about different kinds of marriage existed during the Prophet's time. About Muta, the argument between Shia and Sunni is if the Prophet eradicated it or not. Some say yes, the Prophet did. Some say no, that the Omar, when he was caliph, did. 12er Shias are not going to pay any attention to what Omar did. They're going to pay attention to what the Prophet did, what Imam Ali said, what the next Imam said, what the next Imam after that said, in order to create their body of fiqh, their body of law. That's what the difference is.
Okay, under secular Quranism, prostitution would be legal and
not
Muta marriage forbidden.
Claire. It was a form of marriage back then.
Yes,
Okay.
I know, but it's like a kind of girlfriend contract, right? It's like, you can be my girlfriend for a limited term. If I like you, I'll extend the contract. If you get knocked up, I might marry you. It's that kind of thing. I get it.
Okay, the point is, if you're going to declare, this is I'm telling you their arguments. I'm not saying which one is right here. The Shia are going to say you cannot declare these people who were products of of temporary marriage during the time of the prophet as a bunch of bastards.
Okay,
Okay,
but that was a
they
long
were
time ago.
sahaba that were the products of temporary marriage. I don't have their names, but this is history.
Okay, and
And
that's fine, but they're
they
still
know who
making these
their
contracts.
parental line. They know their parental lineage. They know it. It was accepted. It was known. Okay, this is history. So they're not the Shia are not going to declare these people bastards. The Sunnis, their view is if the Sunnis are doing this, they're saying these people are bastards. They won't do it. The Shia won't do that. This is a
Okay, I
deep
understand.
out.
I understand that. Okay, the differences of
Well, okay,
positions.
so you want to talk about okay, is this prostitution or not? Look, this has to do. This gets so complicated. It gets into.
You don't have to talk about it. I'm just
No, I'm
stating
trying to
the
give you an
position
example.
of the
I'm trying to
secular Quran. Is
explain
it?
to you. I'm trying to explain to you how complicated these things get. It has to also do with inheritance law. It
Well, if
has
it's a pleasure marriage, okay, I would just ban them. I ban the pleasure marriage. If you're dumb enough to go into the, and you get knocked up and he says, I'm not marrying you, well, dumb bitch,
what about some old
go
people?
off with your bastard. You get
Claire,
nothing.
Claire, a lot.
Just think the thing through, bitch.
Listen,
Just
Claire,
oh,
listen.
I don't know, it's a pleasure marriage. Well, it's a second class marriage. Yes, it's she should know.
Claire, I'm what? I'm about what? 67, 68. Okay. All right. If somebody is old, instead of looking at a bunch of young people who can't keep their pants on, let's start talking about old people. Let's say a lot of this has to do with inheritance. If somebody is old, let's say they've been married. Well, we don't have a lot of money, but let's say somebody had a lot. Okay, somebody's been married 40 years. They got a lot of land. They got a lot of money. They got kids, right? Wife dies. Wife dies. Now here's a woman. She had inherited a whole lot of money from her husband, let's say. She's old. Now they want to now if they're old, they don't want to spend the last few years of their life alone. Most people aren't interested in talking to old people and stuff. They would like to have some sort of a marriage again. If they do a temporary marriage, the lines of inheritance aren't affected at all, meaning the husband's children will inherit his wealth and the woman's children will inherit her wealth, and the two people are not inheriting from each other.
Okay, I
It's
understand.
similar
You,
to it's similar to having a prenuptial where neither person is inheriting or anything. There's different reasons for this. I don't think anyone needs to make fun of either virgin, either version.
no, I don't. I don't. I understand. I mean, we have a modern version of it. We know that the lots of single people who are married, who were married, had children, then got divorced, and then they meet other people in the same position, and they want to move in together. I understand,
Okay,
and
well,
obviously the once they move it.
moving together isn't considered uh, permissible in Islam by anybody. Okay, so the Shia have this type of marriage, but a lot of things have to do with inheritance. There starts to
I understand. I mean, I'm saying I do understand. It's happening in the 21st century. There are lots of white people who have children and got divorced, and then they meet each other, understandably, their
it
children
has
might.
to do most of the
Can I
most
finish
of
my point?
yeah, okay.
So I'm saying I do understand. I'm not making fun of them. I'm saying,
You
they.
sat there and called them bitches and all this kind of stuff. Look,
No.
mostly
Okay.
it's during the time of the prophet, you're basically dealing with a bunch of farmers, agriculturist farmers, and sheep herders, this sort of thing. Okay, this type of stuff had to do with the children being in control of the wealth.
Yes, yes. want to inherit the land, and I understand. So I'm saying, okay, why might a woman enter into this kind of contract, or temporary contract? And it's because, well, she's either a prostitute or she's okay with it, but she would also know that it's a second class marriage if it is a marriage at all. I mean, if we make the point that marriage is for legitimate offspring, then it's no sort of marriage. Or
Okay.
it could be used for, well, I'll marry you, but what if you're sterile? What if you can't give me kids? I mean, I don't want to be, paying for your shit all your life. I think you'd have to go if you can't have children. So, off you go if you can't have children.
Okay. Look,
Okay, and that would be the deal. If you get knocked up, okay, then I'll marry you. But if not, well, goodbye. That could be part of
okay.
the
So
bargain as
Sunnis
well.
Sunnis view this today. I mean, we see. I think that Brother Khalid said something about it. Yeah, they view it as a type of prostitution under Shia law. I'm not talking about what people
Yeah,
in the
I mean,
street.
George Bernard Shaw said marriage was a form of legal prostitution.
Okay,
Lots of jokes have been
can I
made.
finish? Can I finish? Under Shia law, there is not an idea that children under the law, those children are just as legitimate. Okay, they're just as legitimate. They inherit. Okay, women, some career type women don't want to have someone being able to tell them when they can or can't leave the house. There's different rules that go with it. Some of them prefer it for these other type of reasons. I'm not here trying to argue the validity or legitimacy of either one right now. I'm not trying to do that. But what I'm saying is this throwing around the logic at each other is this. If you want to call them bitches and stuff, okay, then you're calling some of the Sahaba bastards. Okay, you
Well, we
can't
can't
get
help it. Sometimes we can't help it. I mean, we didn't choose our parents. But I'm saying, for the sake of good legal order, you don't have this kind of marriage. Yet, if you trust a guy, maybe he'll do the honorable thing and marry you if you get knocked up, but he can choose not to, and you will have to make your bargain with him. But to have the muta marriage in the 21st century, is not something I would do.
Well,
It's like going to prostitute,
you
go to a
might would,
prostitute.
you might would, if you were a career woman that you had to travel and you didn't want a man ruining your career. In a lot of these countries, the men their wives have to have permission to travel outside of the country. In a temporary marriage, they do not.
Okay, the
They get
Wali.
a passport and can travel without permission.
Okay,
There's a lot of laws that come into all of this. I don't agree that calling. Look, this is a different.
no,
As
I
far
mean I understand that obviously the first class marriage would be the marriage
not
proper.
first class. This has nothing to do with class in Shia fiqh, is what I'm saying. That is your view of it, and that's the view probably the Sunnis have of it. That is not what the Shia clerics would say. Now, people in society, they have their own words for it. Yeah, they're going to go beat the woman up. They're going to do all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, this stuff goes on. Okay, but this isn't. Under Shia law. One is not more legitimate than the other. The child. Okay, so we're talking. Do you understand? And it's not the mother is second class.
So you're saying that under muta marriage, um, well, I mean, there are all sorts of awkward things. Okay, okay. Let's say you're the guy and I'm the woman, and we contract a muta marriage.
Mm.
Then, and then for 1 year, and after the year's over, I find, oops, I'm pregnant.
Right.
What are you going to do? So you're saying, even after the contract is ended, I suddenly discover that I'm knocked up, and I say, ooh, Charles, I'm carrying your child, and you can say, well, the period of contract is over. Bye, Claire, because well, I'm not interested in
He
in
has to
paying for
pay.
the kid.
He has
So
to
so
pay.
is that how it would work?
No, he still has to pay for the child. He has to pay child support. He has to pay child support, but he cannot lay claim that the child has to live with him. There's different reasons why women would pick this. One of them is if the marriage ends, they get to keep their children and don't go live with the father. He could go to court and say, I want them to live with me. And they said, well, if you wanted that, you should have had a permanent marriage, dummy. Do you
Okay,
understand?
well, I just think it
There's
makes it.
other things under the law as to why somebody might pick it. And some very, very, very career-minded women would pick this. Okay. I'm not trying to justify either one. I'm trying to show you the law gets very complicated. And the reasons people pick things are not all just because, you know, people are a bunch of horrors or something, Claire. That's not what's going on.
No, I mean,
The
it wouldn't
child,
even matter if it was, because it
they
would be
get their
legal
father.
under secular Quranism,
These,
so,
yeah.
but
Okay.
but I mean, what I'm trying to say is, if you keep introducing all these different kinds of marriages, you're going to confuse the situation. I would want to keep it very simple. Either you marry her or you don't. Nothing much is going to happen to you unless you're caught having a bastard without a marriage certificate, and
Well,
then
you're
it is black
reinterpreting.
and white. And
You're reinterpreting.
yes, I
That's
am. Yeah, of course, I'm
everybody
reinterpreting them.
agrees. Everybody agrees that's what you're doing.
Yes, and,
Okay.
and
And I just pointed out, all I did was point out that by saying American characteristic, English characteristic, French characteristics, you're pointing out a very Havarage idea. That's all I was saying. Okay. So
Kavarij, would you like to translate the actual meaning of it? You're saying it's what?
I don't know. They ran a couple of rebellions. Basically, they believe. Okay, yeah, the Shia. Not okay. The Shia believe the authority goes through the imams in the interpretation of the religion, application of the law, application of the law, which also is a different subject. The Sunnis believe it went through a caliphate system and through scholars. Havarij believe the authority lies with the people, the community, the people at large pick their own authority. Do you
But
understand
they've
that?
always had a bad press, haven't they? The
Well,
Kavarij.
because they wrote in some rebellions, and Sunnis and Shias don't like them because they were against their authority. And they believed that it was a bad idea. The Havarij liked it because they didn't agree that some of these tribes should have any authority over them, and they didn't believe the they didn't believe in the Shia idea either.
I bet they were called a basket of deplorables, or
Well,
something
they
of
weren't
that.
deplorables, Claire. You have to. These were tribes. These are all tribes.
No,
We
I was just making the joke
happened.
that they are the common people, and the elite didn't like them for one reason or another, and that's
No,
why
no,
I
no,
made.
no, no. You're thinking more like the United States or England or something. You have to think tribes. Tribes take up geographical areas.
And
If
they want
tribe,
control of the interpretation. That's completely
if
understandable, and there's
tribes,
nothing wrong with that.
no, no, no. Your idea when you're looking at this is a little bit twisted. Here's a big group of people. They feel they're getting the raw end of the stick in this empire or whatever. Now they're going to have a rebellion. They're going to rebel. They're going to say, no, we are our own authority. We're not accepting this caliph authority. We're not accepting this imam authority stuff. We're our own authority. And we're rebelling against you.
It's kind of like I was thinking of the Sadducees and the Pharisees. Actually, is the analogy
Not
does
a
the
whole
analogy hold?
not a whole lot is known about early Havarich thought because
Because
it
they
was
were peasants, so they never
not
had.
because they were peasants, Claire. These are tribes, not this isn't the feudal system in England or Europe. This has to do with tribes. 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 They have tribes. If there's
This
a
tribe sounds pretty
if a
primitive.
tribe has a deplorable in it, it's within their own tribe. It's not within the wider scheme of things. Tribes. It's tribes. Tribes.
Okay, so
Lineage.
it's really about the control of the interpretation of the Quran. I
It's
think we
really
get
about control of a people. People. They are not agreeing with what's happening to them. So they're saying, we don't accept this authority anymore.
yes, and really, another way of saying it is that people were arguing about who has a right to interpret the Quran.
No, people were using the argument who has a right to interpret the Quran as a reason to justify their rebellion against the status quo.
Against the
Yeah,
elite whose government they found objectionable in some way.
yes, yes.
Yes, I mean, I think we're both saying the same things.
How the Arabs got talked into rebelling against the Ottomans was they felt they were getting the short end of the stick. And then, Gertrude Bell and all them were waving in front of their faces, hey, you guys can lead yourselves. We'll help you do it. So they broke away from the Ottomans, right? They broke away from the Ottomans, set up their own little kingdoms, and all started squabbling.
Would you like to explain Gertrude Bell to
Well, she was a British woman, and she went around on camel, going all over Saudi Arabia and stuff. The English were looking for who could possibly rule these Arabs when they break away from the Ottomans. Okay. A lot of this, if you got to think about the book Lawrence of Arabia and all this, this is
the
about,
Sykes-Picot Agreement?
I don't know about that. What I'm saying is they were looking for who they thought would have enough ability to control the Arabs and control Saudi Arabia.
And who was that? And they chose the House of Saud. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they propped them up. The English propped that family up. Okay, and then what happened is you had the Wahhabi movement that was going on in Saudi. Who was the first?
That supported the House of Saud, would you say?
The House of Saud used the Wahhabi movement as a way to create a cohesive form of Islam in much the way the Roman Empire did with Christianity. Okay, this particular view of Islam, they told them, if you guys, because it was quite successful in Saudi, right? So they said, look, we will promote your version of Islam, because they had all these people out trying to promote Wahhabism. We'll promote your version. Talk these people into it. And then their next step was to settle the tribes. They were very Bedouin. They were settling tribes so that once they got connected, like you have a house on a piece of property, you're easier to control than somebody who's running around on camels in the desert. See, there's a lot of politics involved here, a lot of reasons why people promote or don't promote what they promote.
Okay, so settled people are easier to control than nomads.
Oh, yeah, because they would just go for whoever gave them the most money to do a tax. Oh, yeah, okay, we'll go tax these people for some money. Yeah, pay us off. So the English wanted the Arabs to break away from the Ottomans. And then in order to get more control of this, the tribes had to be settled. And they needed a cohesive version of Islam in order to, make people feel there was some religious reason why they had to agree with all this. Okay, that's what's going on in all this politics and stuff. It
Well,
just
I
goes
mean,
on and on when you start looking at it.
yes. So understandably, the House of Saud would want their house style interpretation of the Quran.
I don't know what their particular interpretation was, but they could see
So
the
how?
Wahhabi version was going to be very helpful.
Sorry,
So
what was going to be
they
very
said
helpful?
we would promote that. And the Saudis since then have been trying to, what's the word, juggle these religious scholars and their secularism and modernization. They try to juggle all this to stay in power. They are people who manage to become kings that are trying to stay in power. And within all of this, you have people who actually, okay, went and promoted Wahhabi Islam and all this, and people start looking at Islam and then they say, why is it we got a king exactly? Is it again? So they're juggling a lot. They're juggling to stay in power, right?
I would have thought that Islam made it so clear that a caliph cannot be a king, and
What's their
The
version of a
House
king?
of Saud is an absolute monarchy,
What
isn't
is
it?
the difference? What is the difference? You had a caliphate under the Ottomans that was pretty much run like a kingdom, wasn't it? Each son.
Yeah, and I'm saying it shouldn't have been run on those terms. So
Well,
that's what the question was.
Arabs, a lot of Arabs, they pick their leaders. They had their aristocrats pick their leaders. I mean, this all has to do with this all. I mean, you can't. This is what people did. Some people,
I
and
know,
they
but I'm
all,
talking about where they went wrong.
but they all come up with logical arguments as to why what they did was right.
And
Using
they needn't be accepted. I mean, they're in a mess, aren't they? I mean, the Sunnis are in a mess. I mean, the Shias at least, made something of themselves. They got their country back from the Western imperialists, and the Sunnis are the poodles of America.
as long as Muslims are disunited, they're going to have a big problem. As long
Well,
as they're
yes,
trying to look at
they,
stuff and try to turn it into reasons why they can't be together. Okay, what it basically comes down to is after the revolution in Iran, what became promoted was hatred towards a government that actually did get rid of a king. Okay,
yes. So
so
the Sunnis were basically,
Sunnis have the idea, have sort of an idea that you don't go less against leaders, because if you actually have a rebellion against leaders, you're going to have more chaos. Like you're going to have more chaos fighting in a country. The reason,
nobody wants a rebellion other than a
not just
rebel.
rebellion causes chaos. War causes chaos. So their version, their idea is we're going to avoid war as long as the leaders don't interfere with our practice of our religion and don't get too weird with some of this stuff. We should support them. That's their idea. Um,
This is a Sunni, well, it's a Sunni and Shia position, isn't it?
the Shia, no, not necessarily. The Shias idea idea emphasizes more that a just government has to come into creation. So you can be Sunni under a government that's not so just, as long as it's letting you practice your religion and isn't, oppressing the hell out of everybody, because you're going to keep stability. Their idea is stability is more important. Anyway, these things all get convoluted and messed up. For
No, no, but I
secular
mean, you can say it's actually, it's almost universal. It's like, the government, yes, we know the government messes with us, but it should know its limits, and it shouldn't do it unnecessarily and arrogantly and without good reason. And if they do it too much, there will be rebellion. So don't push it. I mean, basically that's it. And
most
obviously, if you're sensible, you will, maybe get the taxes in and whatever, and you don't try to pervert the people.
okay, most of the Shia clergy before the Shah of Iran were of the opinion that they were advisory to government until the Mahdi returns. In other words, they were the structure for teaching Islam and stuff because the 12th Imam isn't talking to anybody. So they're the structure for that, and they were advisory towards government. What happened is that under the Shah, he threw a whole bunch of seminary students off the roofs in Qom. He killed a whole bunch of them. And then Imam Khomeini said, if this is going to be going on, our religion isn't going to last long enough until the Mahdi comes. But the Shah started oppressing them big time. He sent a letter to Hoi in Iraq when Barujerri died. You know,
Sorry, who
Barujerri was a big Marj attack lead in for Shia. When he died,
a big what? Sorry, a big what? Barujerri is sorry, I didn't get the rest
of it. Name. That's somebody's name. It's a big. Oh God, this is getting so complicated. I just don't see how this can even be discussed on a stream. This is like someone would need classes in it and a better explainer of it. But basically, the Shia idea was to advise government until the Imam comes back, who is the Mahdi. They did not recognize any of these governments as legitimate, any of them. They didn't because
they didn't recognize a Shah as legitimate.
No, they did not. They would be advisory until the Imam Mahdi would come and lead them again as to what they should be doing. So their idea was to be advisory. Imam Khomeini said, no, if they're going to go throw seminary students off buildings, right? If they're going to do this, because it takes years in Shia Islam to study this stuff, years and years. If you're going to kill them, how is Shiaism even going to survive? Okay, so he went against the Shah. Hoi in Iraq told him, "You're crazy, going against the Shah. You're absolutely insane." He set up an Islamic government that the Shia did not believe should have happened until the Mahdi came, somewhat like Jews trying to set up a Zionist state before the Messiah comes. He said, okay, we have to do this. We have to try to end this sort of oppression. We have to now because it's gone too far. Okay, so he did that. And then he came up with this idea of Vilayat al-Faqih, which, okay, so you have Shias that believe we are advisory until the Imam comes. You have the Shias, like what happened in Iran. They said, no, this can't happen. This is too much. This is going too far, right? We won't have it left because there was only two places in the world to study upper Shia studies. One was in Qom, which is where these students were thrown off the roofs, and one is in Najaf, Iraq. Okay, the school in Najaf, Iraq was smaller. This is a very big school in Qom. If you're going to be upper studies for Shia thought, you would go to Qom. That's where these a lot of the marges were. That's why they all know each other.
Spelled Qom, is it? Is it that place?
Qom, Qom.
Yeah.
Qom. So anyway, it's a town. It's basically a huge Shia seminary. And in Shiism, it's much like how it is if you're studying economics. You know, if you study economics in secular schools, you have London School of Economics, you have Keynesian economics, you have Adam Smith's economics, right? You study under a certain school. There are different schools of marjas. Marjas have different opinions, different schools they run. It's similar to being on a campus that, a UC campus. I don't know if you're familiar with those, that has different colleges on the campus. For example, you can go to UC campus and there'll be different colleges within the college.
Yeah, kind of like the Oxbridge system, I think.
Yeah, I don't know how that's set up, but something like that. Like you could be at Revelle, you could be at Warren College or whatever within the UC system. So it's like this. He said this has gone too much. That this is gone too much. Barujery was such a big marja, such a huge marja. The Shah was very scared of him.
So we could. The Barujery is an imam. Was
He
an
was
imam.
a marja taqlid. A marja taqlid, okay, the way the Shia system is set up, you have clerics like mullahs or imams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you move up, and then you would have people who are able to be judges. They're going to judge the law.
Mm-hmm.
Come in, you're going to judge law. Then you had people who create law itself. These are the marja taqlids. The
Mm-hmm.
marja taqlids, the Shia say, okay, if you want to, if you're a Shia, you pick a certain marja, take his book of law, and you follow the law as he describes it. So there's a bunch of different laws within Shiism, but they're not that different. They're not that different. Okay, they're almost the same. Because essentially, if you're going to stay within a system and get up to that point, you pretty much have to agree pretty much with most of it. The break in status quo was having a revolution, declaring it an Islamic revolution, saying clerics were over this revolution until the Mahdi comes. And that's what happened in Iran. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what happened in Iraq is different. Iraq, Saddam Hussein was basically the Ba'athist Party. The Ba'athist Party idea was to modernize Arabs. It was an Arab movement to modernize at all costs. And they felt that the religious people got in the way of this, but you couldn't stamp on it. I mean, the whole country believed in the religion, the whole country did. So anyway, that's a different situation that went on there.
And
They
Saddam
did
was
not
Sunni
believe in
too, wasn't he? Saddam was Sunni, wasn't he?
Saddam was a Ba'athist. I mean, they have his pictures up all over the place. He wasn't. Okay, he would say he was Sunni. He was from a Sunni tribe, but that was not promoting Islam. The Ba'athist Party was in no way promoting Islam.
So
What
what
became
what
later
would the
Islamic?
Ba'athist Party stand for? What does the Ba'ath? Does it still
The
exist?
Ba'athist Party was a pan-Arab movement that was sort of socialist and was promoting Arab supremacy, Arabism as a recreation of an empire, but they split up. The parties split up. They couldn't agree on leadership. So it went into Syria, the Ba'athist Party in Syria. You had it in Iraq. I don't know where else they had it. And they split up. So Saddam was running it in Iraq. And, like you see those pictures, he had those women bodyguards and stuff. He was promoting this sort of thing. He was a dictator.
Okay.
He was a dictator. I went over to Iraq before
Oh, wow.
Saddam fell. I went to Iraq before Saddam fell. And I saw some soldiers harassing some guy that was selling trinkets, right? So anyway, I would say the guy was an older teenager, like maybe 18, 20, but I'm not very good with ages. He ran into the bazaar. The police ran after him, and I heard shots going off. They started shooting at this guy in a bazaar.
Mm.
It was terrible. And so there was a lot of things, a lot of oppression was going on in Iraq, especially in the South, because the Shia can get uppity because they actually recognize their leadership as these marjas more than they do that the governments. Okay. And so it was always thought that they could actually create a huge rebellion. And it's not true that Iraq is a Sunni country. It's almost 50-50 between Shia and Sunni in Iraq. But they do not believe in this Wilayat Faqih idea that Imam Khomeini started tooting in Iran. What he said was the situation is so bad. We're going to have a Wilayat Faqih. We're going to have a leader, which I guess you could compare it to a pope, over all the marjas.
So what did you say? The lighter Fagi?
Wilayat Faqih. In other words, marjas, they taught Islam through their logic, through their law system. And so you can look at it as there's many different legal systems within the 12 or Shias,
Mm-hmm.
but it's very similar. I mean, there's almost no difference between them. Okay. But he promoted an idea there needs to be a scholar over all of them. And that's what Khamenei is in Iran. He is the Velayat Faqih. He is the
Right. A
leader,
scholar of scholars.
something like that. Yeah. But Imam Khomeini came up with this idea that, yeah, the scholars cannot be this passive, that they're just going to wait for the Mahdi to return.
Mm-hmm.
And Iranians were being abused by the West. They were
Mm-hmm.
being abused by the West. And now today, a lot of the young people don't even believe any of this happened.
Right, right.
So,
Thank you for telling us about the Ba'athist Party, which you're saying is a pan-Arabist socialist party.
yeah.
Do you have any comment to make about the Muslim Brotherhood, which is the other party that I can think of that
Well, if you look at ISIS, and that's Baghdadi and them, what happened is after, I just want to explain this part. After the U.S. went into Iraq, did the invasion, blah blah blah, they said you have to accept all these Ba'athist people, not execute them all. In other words, or execute them all. A lot of them ended up in charge of the police force.
or the Ba'ath Party people?
Yeah, a lot of Ba'athist party ended up in the police. And what you see as ISIS and Islamic State is a continuation of the Ba'athist party in a new packaging. So they're now yelling Islamic slogans and stuff, but they are the old Ba'athist party. It's a lot like in Pakistan, they had that terrorist organization, Sipah Sahaba, and it became outlawed. Well, they came up with a new name for it. It's the same people. Or it's like, they made the IRA, right? England declared the Irish Republican Army as criminal terrorists or whatever. Okay, well, a whole lot of IRA members were also members of Sinn Féin.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this. Okay, the Muslim Brotherhood, I believe it started in Egypt. I'm not really sure. Tariq Ramadan's mother's father, I believe, was in it.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, they were promoting their own thing. In the United States, what the Muslim Brotherhood was doing was getting on boards of directors of Sunni masjids and promoting no politics. In other words, they were trying to hedge into power in Sunni masjids. This is part of the reason why I'm saying that these foreign imams have to go. There's so many political games going on. So many, and it seems like most Muslims don't even know what's going on. There's a lot of money involved, and they're in this, and I would like to see these people gone. Just gone. Because we do have a right in the United States to interpret Islam. We have a right to have an Islam that is loyal to our country.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying what everything the United States does is good. I mean, far from it. We want a more moral government. And
Well, if you're going to adopt secular Quranism, it should be your interpretation. I mean, I don't think
well,
anybody
that's
can
what I'm
tell more.
saying. Yeah, and all I was really pointing out before was that your idea is more Khawarij, and so you're going to run into problems talking about Muslims by this, because they start banging their head like, what is she saying? And maybe they don't realize that it's Khawarij, but they believe Islam is a package whole, and they usually believe it is a package whole as to how their school of thought is, or even Brother Khalid, his idea is the Ahmadi idea, right? Ahmadiyya idea. And so he views Islam should be this way, and that he's got a caliph, but he's incorrect in thinking that, just because you call something a caliph doesn't mean other people don't have something comparable. And Sufi orders, you were asking about Sufis earlier, they have head sheikhs. They have head sheikhs that run the entire orders. One of the biggest ones is Naqshbandi. Okay, they're very huge. That's a very big Sufi order. And
What Deobandis, did you say?
Naqshbandis. Naqshbandis are very big. They're very big in Tajikistan. The American State Department was trying to use Sufi orders in Tajikistan to further their goals in the region. All Muslims have found themselves in a situation of being manipulated, brainwashed in some ways, and it's a terrible situation, and they have to clean their thinking up. I believe that American Muslims, if they could separate from this mess, okay, if they could separate it, develop Islam through the white culture, including white Muslims marrying each other, because almost all white Muslims marry out of their ethnic group because there's not enough in a geographic area to meet a whole bunch of white Muslims. Now, with the advent of computers, maybe some of that can change. Okay, but when I became Muslim, nobody was playing around on a computer. Unless you had a job in a computer and you're using key punch cards. I mean, it was not like this.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So,
but then there are so many, Muslim dating apps and all that.
Well, there's all kinds of them now.
Mm.
Yeah, there is. So, I mean, it is possible if someone starts thinking that way. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I could marry I could marry a white guy. I personally, when I became Muslim, and this is a God's honest truth, wanted to marry a white man who was Muslim, a white American man who was Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wanted to get married to.
Mm-hmm.
My husband, I ended up marrying my husband, who is not considered a white American. Although
he is now, probably, isn't he?
Huh?
He is now, isn't he?
Well, no, I mean, I don't consider. Okay, everybody is defining what's white a little different. I don't consider somebody, even if they appear to be white. Okay, either your DNA is from Europe or it's not, right? I don't believe he has any European DNA. Okay, but I don't. But it's not true that all kind of white people were part of the Roman Empire either, right? So it depends on what you're looking at. If you want to talk about race, or if you want to talk people who have an attachment to the heritage of Europe. My attachment is much more Western Europe. I even have a problem accepting Eastern Europeans as being white, to be honest to you. Mm-hmm. So in my view, I don't consider my husband exactly white. He does not have an attachment to the heritage of Western Europe. Mm-hmm. He has none to that. If, however, he's walking around, he does get tan pretty fast, mm-hmm. like they do, like many Italians do, or many mm-hmm. Maybe Armenians or whatever. He can get tan. He can get quite dark in the summer. Mm-hmm. But in California, if people are talking to him, they'll either think he's white or they'll think he isn't white. But he's not from European DNA. Okay, so in my opinion, I don't consider him white from that standpoint.
Yes, I suppose our identity consists of many things.
Yes, it does.
Physical appearance, where we were actually born, where we grow up, what language we speak, what religious group we belong to. Right. I mean, there's so many things, and maybe for certain purposes.
There are some people in his country that are as white as me. I saw some of his relatives that were.
Mm. I mean, Pakistanis can be very white.
Most of them are somewhat on the brown beige side. Anyway, this isn't relevant. Look, I'm pretty much a white nationalist in a lot of my thinking. However, I am not so into the pedigree dog idea that someone's going to give up having a family. I became Muslim first myself. Before I moved, I purposely moved to be around Muslims in California. And then I was like, oh, wow, man, there's no white guys here. What is this? I mean, what I would consider a white guy, a white American guy. His parents were white. Some guy whose background's German or, this kind of thing. I'm like, oh, my God. Where are the guys? What am I gonna do? So I married the person that was about as close as white as I could get.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
which okay, you want to call me a racist? Okay, what the hell? I don't really care.
No,
I'm
no,
not.
maybe I talked to this white nationalist who married a Japanese woman.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so
But he's still as racist as ever.
yeah, I'm not racist in the sense of white supremacy. Islam does not promote white supremacy in that sense. Even
Or any kind of
even
supremacy.
if someone believes some races are smarter than others, we're not to promote this type of idea. Islam has no problem with people marrying out of their ethnic group. But this idea that they're all supposed to marry out of their ethnic group and create a huge, I heard it referred to as beige monoculture is just not true.
Yes, I agree with you that white
Yeah.
people are in trouble.
So
I mean,
I'm nationalist. I'm nationalist in that sense. White nationalists call me a race traitor. The Muslims think I'm full of it. I absolutely am not full of it. Most of these marriages that married out of ethnicity break down and end up in divorce. Most of them, almost all of them, almost all of them, Claire, I've known over the years have.
sorry, what mixed race marriages? Is that what you're saying?
Mixed ethnic marriages. Now, my husband was white enough for my parents. My
Hmm.
mother was a Catholic. The Catholic Church has Latinos and Portuguese in it. If you consider Portuguese to be white people just by looks,
Hmm.
then you would say, okay, yeah. If my husband presented himself and said he was Portuguese, you would say, oh yeah, he's a white guy. But no, his DNA is not from Europe. So
Yeah, I mean,
I'm being honest in saying, nah, he's not really a white guy. My children are therefore some kind of mix, I guess.
hmm
One of them
hmm
looks totally like a white person, the other one's browner.
hmm
But okay, the idea that women are going to turn into old maids and not have a family is ridiculous. They're going to marry what's around them. If more white Muslims would marry each other, produce kids, people could marry from each
But
other.
white people hate each other. I mean, this is the thing that I
Well, they've
kind
been
of
brainwashed, Claire. They've been brainwashed to hate themselves
no, no,
from
no.
the
Even
sources.
the white nationalists hate each other. The
Well,
white
they're because they
people.
have you have white supremacists, then you have ethno nationalists, and then they're mad. They have a lot of resentment going on. They don't like that the women seem to not respect them. Um, they're not coming to terms with the fact that many of them are not being marriage material. The ones who are marriage material have decided, as you said, somebody married these white nationalists that married Asians, because they want someone
Yeah,
that.
and they even have a sort of silly term for it called um, Aryan Asian
Oh
or
yeah, right,
something.
Aryan
Yes,
Asians.
it's
Yeah,
just so silly, so silly.
yeah, with this stuff. But people want families and they want
Yeah, yeah.
stability.
I mean,
And
really.
white people need to marry each other now. We don't have enough
Yeah,
white people of childbearing age to keep the population, to keep this.
yes, and I'm saying, unless white people get it through their heads that the purpose of religion is to perpetuate the religious group and see that they need to do that in order to survive. Um, I guess they have. Okay, I'm saying white people are more likely to be gay or transgender. So that's already a problem. They're also more likely to be childless. They're more likely to be spinster. You know,
There's something wrong with the food, Claire.
well,
Something
okay,
wrong
okay.
with the pesticides
Even
grown
if
on food.
even if there were nothing wrong with the food, I know that this is your thing, but I'm just saying, even if there were nothing wrong with the water or the food, there's not, this is what happens anyway. Okay, they're just not the marrying kind.
Well, they
And
put off. They have decided to put off marriage. They've decided to extend adolescence so far that
Yes,
they got
and even what, but the thing is, even when you talk to white nationalists, they don't want the cure because basically it's a mental blockage. Either that, or they see that it is hopeless and they see that the purpose of the rest of their lives is just to insult the people they think are to blame and blame the Jews and complain about the Muslims and maybe hate on the Russian, maybe hate on the Chinese and maybe hate on the Iranians, and that is all they have. And if you say, well, actually, you need a religion, they're going to freak out. And I'm saying they are so corrupt that they won't even engage with you. So, okay, I understand why the liberal media would just say, well, we're not going to talk to her, and maybe she'll just, and in time she'll just fade away, and that is their tactic, in the short, medium, and long term. And interestingly, this is how the anti-immigration, you know, lower echelon, um, you know, nationalists think as well. They're basically saying, we don't like what you're saying. We're never going to adopt secular Quranism because we hate it, and you haven't succeeded in making us like it, and therefore you're a failure for not being able to make us like it, and so it's not going to happen. These are the arguments that have been put. They're not even arguments, and I say to them, you don't have to like it. You don't have to like it for it to work. But most of the people I talk to, they are, well, not they're not a marriageable age.
most white. I don't know about England. Most white people in the United States, most of them actually are against their children getting married very young. And by very young, I'm saying most of them think 22, 23 is too young to get married. They do not think their kids should get married. Now, if you're going to prolong marriage past a certain point, well, okay, who's going to feel like getting married? I mean,
Which is why it is imperative for people to understand the social program of secular Quranism.
they need to promote marriage
Yes,
as
the only
part
way
of
to
life.
promote marriage is to forbid and punish extramarital sex, and the evidence of extramarital sex is to have bastards. So if you have a bastard, 100 lashes, and this is the non-negotiable point of secular Quranism. Of course, they don't like it, and I'll put up my hands. I'll put my hands up to not being a virgin bride. It's arguably, people, well, some people, such as William, will say, "Ooh, I'm expecting higher standards from people, that I don't follow because that's his shtick." As far as I'm concerned, when I'm saying, well, at least I'm not an unmarried mother, and I'm saying my standards are comfortably low. If I'm able to, avoid being an unmarried mother, then we have modern contraception. It can be used, fairly easily if you, uh, you know, get yourself some sort of routine and remember to take the pill or whatever it is that people do these days. There are so many more forms of modern contraception. So really, there is no excuse to get knocked up except through carelessness.
We have
And
we have an economy and stuff that's at the point now it's almost impossible for a young person to get ahead unless they get into some of these jobs that are six figures and both people do it to get ahead to the point that they're actually going to get a house they can pay for or whatever.
yes, yes, yes.
Irish people used to get married. The norm for Irish marriage back in my mother's day or whatever was 15.
Yes, yes. I mean,
Now
it's
it's
like
30.
people haven't got time to be hanging around, one going on that gap year and crap like that. So what I'm also trying to say is that people need to think in those terms, but obviously, after all these decades of feminism, they're not going to be thinking about that unless it is put to them quite brutally that this is what they have to do, in order, to carry on reasonably normally, because there's so many things going against white people already. 50 years of feminism, they're probably more, weaker and more degenerate, and then, less likely to be expected to marry, more likely to be gay and transgender, more likely to be
I
feminist and
I
childless.
think I think a bigger problem than feminism is the media. And what we have is a very degenerate media who is
Encouraging degeneracy.
tearing, who has been tearing down white people.
Yes, but why do they get away with it? I mean, okay, this is my theory. For politics to operate in the West, all political parties, they try to pander to the female voter because it is the biggest group. So if you can get them to change their mind on one little thing and support your party instead of the other party, you're going to win the election. And that is how opinion posters understand the system to work. And that is why it's been, well, so degenerate. And this is okay, this is my thesis. You may disagree, but basically what's been happening is that government either gives these unmarried mothers freebies, or passes legislation to protect them against their own stupidity. And that's what they've been doing, and that's what they'll keep doing.
Yes, and people, it is one way for younger women who maybe didn't study so great in school or whatever to get away from their parents. They can go get these low income apartments with their baby, and they think it's going to be
Yeah, yeah,
okay.
and I'm saying a lot of stuff needs to change to correct it, and these are things that you're going to be considering too radical, one-party state, reintroduction of slavery.
No, I'm against.
So people
I
know
am
not
against.
to do these things.
No, listen. You keep bringing up one party state. I'm going to say it again on here.
Okay, I know, I
Against
know.
the
I'm saying
no,
that
I don't care. I'm going to
that's
say
going to
it
work.
because you brought it
Yeah,
up.
I know, and I've already taken
The
into
one party state I am against because it is a gateway to socialism in the
we
United
already have it.
States.
We
Okay,
have it.
it's in the United States. It is a gateway to
Yeah, well, it's already there. It's
let me
in
finish.
Europe, But
But I'm not going to hand it to them even more.
well,
And it emasculates men.
you're nothing. Okay, what you're proposing is not going to fix it. You're just saying that, we'll just
No,
keep
what
carry
I'm
on voting,
saying is
carry on,
I'm
supporting
not going to
feminism.
give up. I'm not going to give up and just hand these
Yes,
people.
I know. We've been through I mean, my next point really is saying that the longer you leave it, the worse it's going to get, the more degenerate people are going to get. And the other thing I wanted to say is of course, the entrenched Islamophobia. And not only that, it is the intellectual dishonesty of so many people who complain about losing their freedom of speech. I mean, you're the noble exception, but I'm afraid, that the people I talk to, either they're too drunk or too drugged or disorganized to even have a dialogue, the kind that we're having now. Because yes, it's tedious. Well, we're going to come to the same point where we disagree, but at least we understand each other's positions. But the people at the bottom are not exactly good about free speech. That they'll avoid discussions. You know,
We ended up with a country. We ended up okay. California is the destroyed state. Okay, California used to rate as a country
in
when they
its own right, with the
yes
GDP of
when they did all that. It was rather affluent. Affluent people sometimes don't realize what they have.
and
They
how they got there,
yeah, they don't
and,
get it.
what their parents and ancestors had to do to get there. They just thought, it
They
would
got to
continue to be
eat all the
handed to them on a plate.
right. They got to eat all the time, and their parents, because their parents did pretty good, they had more leisure than they would have normally had. Like my husband, I'm giving you an example. My husband started work when he was 7 years old.
Hmm.
Started working. He never thought someone was going to give him anything. He's not from here. He didn't think anyone was going to give him anything. And when he looks at problem solving and stuff, his thinking doesn't run that way. Okay, but you have a people now who think that have been so brought into materialism and stuff that they just do this. People overcompensated when both parents went to work by buying their kids things. I was never bought this kind of stuff that I see children being bought now, just tons and tons of it. But we were pretty good off. We were pretty good off because my dad was ex-military and we could buy food out of the commissary and it was way cheaper than buying them in grocery stores. Right? We were pretty well off, and my dad had managed to pay his house off very early.
Hmm.
I grew up in a house that was paid for.
Hmm.
And here we go. Whatever Eve. Oh, I forgot comments. Go. Let me see if I can see some. Okay. So anyway, these are the problems. Whether or not it has to be Islam or not. Okay, Claire's ideology is among the most cold and subversive I can think of. Are you putting these up because you want me to comment on these?
No, I just feel I should sort of. You don't have to. I mean, you can say keep the other one. I want to talk about it, but I'm basically just going through them. I mean, I'm able to display them, so that's what I'm going to do, and you can choose to talk about them or not talk about them.
A lot of Muslims would agree that her ideology is cold. However, what's really cold is having a country be destroyed. Okay, so if people don't want Claire's idea, well, how are they going to change this around? I have not heard anything that sounds realistic. And Claire's idea is not realistic because most people in the United States don't even want to hear about Islam. And I said this I don't know if I said this the other day or what, but if all these immigrants hadn't poured into the West like this, Islam would have been viewed as sort of a hippie type religion. Like when I came into it, it was sort of like, oh, you're that instead of a Hare Krishna. I mean, it wasn't this polarized weirdness from this standpoint of what we're seeing now with the politics. It was more like hippie versus someone who seems sort of conservative 1950s type person. Do you understand what I'm saying? Most Muslims that were white became Muslims through Sufi orders. They did not change their clothing.
Yeah, but the blacks of America obviously took a different standpoint. I mean, they're saying we're not going to take on the Christianity of our former owners. Well, we're going to use Islam to show we reject your thing.
I'm saying there's more white Muslims than what people think, is what I'm saying, Claire. There's more of them than what people think. Many of them do not go to masjids. They don't go at all. Many of the white people who left masjids, some of them went back to the church. Many of them,
but the politically inert, right? These white Muslims who,
I don't know if they're politically inert, but you need community to get politically organized. Politics is about people, about community, people doing something.
yes, and going back to community.
If Evie thinks your ideology is most cold and subversive, my question to him is, what does he think Europe is going to look like in 20 years?
Look, that somebody like Evie is a childless man who has no intention or prospect of becoming a married father. So he doesn't care. Basically he just wants to go to his grave, blaming Jews, sneering at Muslims and just talking shit. So people like that can be safely ignored. The only people who might have some sense of self-preservation would be men and women of marriageable age. Mm-hmm. Marriageable men and marriageable women and shit talking people like Evie, well, they can just go to hell. because they don't care, that they don't want to get married, they just don't. What they want to avoid is to have secular coronism happen in their lifetimes. I can read them like a book. I know these
What they
people.
want to do, okay, I don't know about him, but what one of them want to do is argue about Jews and Muslims and not get married. What they're
They've
all
given up.
doing
They've
is
given up, or they're
delaying
just not
marriage.
marriageable.
They're delaying marriage. They're not getting married. They're not admitting that they're not marriage material. They can't figure out why the women don't like them. The women can't figure out why the men won't get married. And the women will go marry someone else if they're
They're
not.
going to marry non-white men who are not so pathetic and degenerate. That's what white women are going to do.
I don't know about pathetic and degenerate.
They are.
What I have always pointed out is that women, they want to get married, are stuck with the men who are interested in being married to them. Okay, you can't force someone to marry you who's not interested in you. A man, well, I actually think a man has to like a woman more than the woman likes the man.
It's a very old-fashioned view.
Yeah, well, I believe that. I believe women's life is very irritating, and this kind of stuff, and they go through days of hate where they want to drive the guy down in the driveway. I mean, it goes like this. A man, for some reason, must like the woman more, and women have
Because
to be better
he's the
women.
one who has to perform and protect
Women
and
have to be
provide.
better women, and women have to accept their
Their
femininity, their
position, because
womenness.
their role is to make the man want to protect and provide. And that's all they have to do. It's quite simple, really. You just make the man want to protect and provide and perform for you, and you've got it.
Well,
And this is what feminism has basically
the,
upset, because the woman thinks she can compete with him and put him down. And
the
then they say, well, I'd rather be gay
the
than
man has to want the woman enough to
yes, yes,
seal the deal.
and she can do it by shutting up.
No, to seal the deal that she doesn't go somewhere else.
Yeah, and she
Marriage is saying, okay, I'm not going anywhere else. I'm coming home to this house at night. Okay?
if you make it nice, if you make it welcoming, then I'll come
Doesn't matter.
home.
It doesn't matter if
Otherwise,
it's not.
I'll stay at the pub.
Can you come home when it's not nice? Can a guy come home when it's not nice? Can people? Okay, my father once described men who got divorces as cowards. He said they were cowards. That was his view of them.
Fine, but the point is, people will do what the law allows them to do, which is why I go on about the abolition of no-fault divorce. Unfortunately, these men are not interested in them. These men complaining about feminism are not interested in abolishing no-fault divorce, because these men, having already become victims of feminism, have no intention of getting married again.
Well,
Okay,
the
or they have no
media is a
intention of
problem.
marrying at all.
A feminist woman is nowhere near as big a problem as what's going on in this media and what's been fed into all these people's brains. Okay, if they want to talk about how they don't want to do any of this stuff, how about doing something about the media? Why
We
is it?
can't do anything about the media because the media is the most powerful part of the political establishment, that even other parts of the political establishment are afraid of it.
They do not have to give children iPads and stuff and computers, and they certainly can turn the TV off, get rid of a TV in their house. Nobody wants to; they're used to it.
Yes, it's a behavioral addiction. But I'm saying, we have to understand the superstructure of
If you
of the
want more white people, they need to marry people.
yeah, I know,
If they
but they're
want
not
more
going to marry
kids,
each other unless certain
if they
conditions
want, if they
prevail. And
want
I'm trying to
kids,
explain to you why it's not happening and why it won't happen under certain conditions. May I make my point?
they're
Okay, so I've been sorry. Yes,
yeah,
am I allowed to speak now?
yeah. There's a little bit of a delay, Claire. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I was making the point that Nobody's interested in even talking about abolishing actually including you. You don't want to abolish no fault divorce. So I guess, anybody can just move right out when they get, tired and irritated and bored with the person that they marry. So because you don't support it either, that's one of the things, I might question you about. You're saying, no, don't abolish no fault divorce. Let people just grow at their own pace, and if they feel it's too much, then off they go.
Well, I think there's no, yeah, I believe that there should be no fault divorce, but I think people should go to court to get a divorce. I mean, I'm not saying people, uh, the law doesn't get involved at all. And if I say the children, and if there are children involved, the court needs to get involved big time.
Yes, right. And this is the thing. If there's no stigma to divorce, then people are going to do it. Oh, my friends are all divorced. It's just a time of my life. That was my starter marriage, and that was my divorce. I go for the second one now. So this is how people think, isn't it? Unless you stigmatize it again, and you don't want
Well,
to.
I think it can be stigmatized. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Well, I think a bigger problem is you have people doing starter families before they're married, if that makes sense.
Which is why the 100 lashes thing has to come into being, but you don't support that either.
I don't support with bullwhips. I've told you before.
Well, it's not going to be bullwhips. It's going to be, it's going to be a public school caning. Then, like the one in Aceh province, I think I must have sent you a video or two. It's not lethal. It's not that painful.
I don't think Americans are going to go for that.
No, I mean they're not going to go for secular Quranism anyway. If you just tell it to them like that, then of course they're going to say they hate it. Okay, but I'm just saying, this is the only thing. And okay, then a lot of people have said to me, "I'd rather die. I'd rather die." Yeah, okay, you'd rather die. Fine.
Let it die to
Let's
the
see how
die.
many of you are going to say that, and let your civilization die. Fine. But I mean, this is a problem that all these people who do say, "I'd rather die," and these people would be mostly childless people, or people with no prospect of becoming a married parent and no intention of becoming one. So this is what most white people have become. They're simply not marriageable.
Well, I think in California, pretty much almost no one seems to be marriageable. But I
Well,
think
it's not just California.
well, there's still white people that get married and stay married and stuff. But there's not enough of them,
Yeah,
and the
exactly.
waiting
And the only way to encourage them is to, change the laws. To say, well, if you do this, you're going to get hurt. But if you do the other thing, you're going to get praise and rewarded and, whatever, privileged, social status, whatever. So I mean, these are the things that you can fiddle around with without, actually giving them money or something. You can do it without increasing the taxes of anyone, just by reordering their status. Because people, I mean, we say, we talk about people being shameless, but actually, if you point at them and laugh at them and whatever, they will feel shame. Anybody will.
but
Dogs feel shame.
they tried something. Okay, this is a different subject, obviously, but they tried something like that with prohibition in the United States, and it just wasn't
They
popular enough.
didn't try it hard enough. They gave up too soon. But anyway, obviously, well, they didn't try it hard enough because, and actually, there's no need for prohibition. You just have, you regulate, you just stigmatize it. Under a new regime, um, you still allow bars to open, but you have licensing hours. I mean, this would be what would happen in the UK, because once upon a time in the UK, I think pubs stayed open from 11 to 3, and then it would close and it would open at, I don't know, 6 or 5, and stay open until 11, and that was how things worked. And now it's like,
Well,
oh, you can stay
it,
open
it,
too.
it has to be promoted in school that the social structure is married parents with children. that man,
Chapter
women,
24 to
kid.
enforce would just, you don't even have to tell children that.
Yeah,
When they
when
see
I
the
was in
enforcement, when they see what happens to people who don't obey it, you don't need a class to get that.
no, this should be promoted in school. That's what
Well, I
should.
mean, okay, you can have Quranic knowledge at primary,
I'm not
secondary.
talking about that. I'm talking about in school itself. When I was in schools, when they started promoting almost anything goes, back when I was in school. But
Yes.
majority of the kids, were still both parents in the house. There were some that were divorced, or some of them were divorced. So most people had the idea, if they thought of a family, they thought man, mother, man,
Yeah, yeah. I
man.
mean, there's loads of sitcoms that actually encourage this kind of degeneracy. You
Yeah,
know, the TV people are just so good at making all kinds of degeneracy normal and maybe even wholesome.
yeah,
I mean, like Friends. I mean, there's just so many insidious. I used to enjoy it, but when you think about it now, they were pushing all kinds of things just under the table, and subliminally, so you don't even notice what's being um, that you've been made to accept. And I mean, I don't actually think it'd be very difficult. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if I had control of the media, all this will be done by Christmas. But obviously, the difficulty is getting the platform, and I'm not getting the platform because well, I don't know. Okay, whether other YouTubers want to um, do what you did, which was so good and so kind and was so reassuring that you did, which was to do the reading. I mean, and it was perfect because you didn't agree with everything in the book, but you read it and you paused. It was quite dramatic and gave a good idea of the flavour of the book. And I'll always be grateful that you did it without me even asking you. I always think political alliances are just so in a way wonderful. You just sort of people just do the thing you wish they would do or hadn't even thought of asking them, and they do it on their own because they have the same objective. But sometimes they just really can't see your point of view, even though you've explained it to them for years or decades. But it's a different kind of relationship, and I'm glad I've had the ability to have all these different kinds of relationships with people all over the world. And yesterday at Speaker's Corner, it was just good to have these relationships where you just sort of do the thing and you collaborate and you hang out and you do the thing that is somewhat useful to your political cause. And I wanted to tell you about these. Okay, there was a feminist at Speaker's Corner, and she was holding out this placard saying feminism is trash, and I wanted to engage her with her, and but she said I'm not talking about Sharia. So that okay, she wasn't even white, but it's a quite a white attitude, and she had a white man, um, quite good looking, and he was anti-feminism too, and he said his thing, and I said, well, what's your solution? And he said, I have none. Yeah, none. Yeah, no, neither of them had any solution. They just wanted to talk about it. They wanted to take up our time, people at Speaker's Corner, to listen to them, and then they'll just say, I have no solution, no solution. And I guess that's what I thought. It's like they're just being so white about it. There's no solution. Why did you waste our time then making us listen to you whinge about feminism and then refusing to talk to me because it's not the solution you want. Therefore, you reject it. I guess things are not bad enough, which is why it's like, oh, I can still live with it. I don't. It doesn't bother me that much. I'm not crying out for a solution, and these people are just never going to marry. But okay, I'm saying that there's a way of shaming these people. I know it sounds mean, Carol, and I know you're a nice lady, and I'm saying, what else are you going to do but shame them?
I'm not against the idea itself of hitting them, as long as it's not these bullwhips and stuff and this stuff. This
No,
this
no, it's
stuff
a
is
little cane. In Aceh
let
province, how they do it in Aceh province. Do you know, Carol, that I volunteered to go there if I could have a camera crew, and I said I'd do it. I'd um, I think I would say, I represent the British people. I will, take their punishment. I don't know, a kind of Christ-like sacrifice or something like that. That was my plan, but the Indonesian government was going to play ball, and they didn't even put me in touch with any Indonesian journalist as the Indonesian embassy promised. So nothing came of it, but other than my little blog post saying that was what I had in mind. So it wouldn't have hurt. I mean, I'm saying
I'm not against that per se, but what I'm saying is countries are different, and it's not something Americans are going to get along with very well. Okay, like
nobody's going to like it if they haven't been punished in that way before. But I'm
they're
just,
not going to like it in their legal system. They're not going to
no,
like it
nobody's going to
because
like it. No,
we have brutal problems going on with police and stuff too. I'm not always to defund the police, but I mean there's some crazy stuff that have going on. The Americans themselves don't like the idea of a judicial authority or something actually being able to physically hit people, although they do put up with, electrocuting them or killing them.
Yeah, so it's not consistent anyway. And anyway, okay, the usefulness of the Quran is that, I can say it says in the Quran, obviously I'm going to be referring to the Quran, who is the, highest possible authority. And actually, even the Islamophobes can't think of a better available guide to humanity than the Quran. So, I win the argument anyway. But of course they're going to say, well, you and whose army are going to make us do it. But there have been, articles by Christian American writers such as Grayson Quay of the Daily Caller and Rod Dreher of the American Conservative talking about Islam in more positive terms now. So maybe there's something shifting. Maybe they will review my book. Who knows? After your excellent reading of it, and this is kind of what I'm pushing for. Thank you all for nagging me to write a book. But now I fear that my next problem is, yes, maybe people might buy the book or they won't, but they won't read it. Or if they start reading it, they won't get to the end. And or they'll deliberately ignore it because they don't like it.
Liberalism is so pervasive that it gets into the way people think. Okay, social conservative is the opposite. Social conservative is about responsibility, and liberalism is promoting
Sexual liberation.
no responsibility, and there's no end to it.
Yes, because actually it's so logical that liberalism would eventually lead to, yes, it's my body, it's my sex organs, and I'm going to do whatever I want with my sex organs, with the sex organs of another person who's a consenting adult, and that they think is their human right. And obviously,
This thinking though goes into every subject though.
yes, but
They can't reconcile is that we should have total freedom over what vaccines or injections we're getting, okay, but we also have a reason to create a society that's good for family. In Islam, okay, you have liberalism, you have social conservatism. Islam believes that individuals have rights, and so does society. some of these things fall under society's rights and some things follow under individual rights. And people tend to think of it in the West as polarized liberalism versus social conservatism. But the truth is, society has rights. Society has rights because as long as people are having children, children need to be in a society that is stable until they become adults. If people want
Yes, yes, of course. The point is that whatever your group, Carol, whatever your race, you want your group to continue into the future. You want your children, if you have any, to have children, so you have grandchildren, and that you will have descendants. This is an understandable aspiration, is it not? You don't have to be black or white, or, I think everybody understands this biological imperative.
yeah, biological clock. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's like, you don't want it, the people in your racial group to say, I can't be bothered with all this anymore. I'm just going to just let my race die out
But
because.
people have been programmed liberalism to the point that it is in all aspects, and they believe responsibility is some sort of drudgery.
Yes, and it comes from the French Revolution because liberalism actually comes from the slogans of the French revolutionaries: liberty, equality, and fraternity.
Yeah, there's not a problem with liberalism if you're basically dealing with socially conservative religious people. Then it's I think it's quite attractive, quite a good
Yes,
thing to be under.
it was a reaction against the oppression of the Catholic Church and the monarch, Louis XVI, and every now it does happen. There was the English Revolution in which Charles I lost his head. So, I mean, that's really the
I
problem is
like
people don't
liberalism.
remember, or they don't know, or they don't understand.
I
Or
like
what I'm trying to say,
liberalism when
deliberately not
dealing.
understanding it.
I like liberalism when the population is socially conservative.
Okay, I mean, liberalism.
Look, Claire. Basically, if people don't get it together, they're going to degenerate down to a point of
Yes.
a bunch of morons running around that can't even create civilization. That's what we're turning into.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain why it is necessary to concentrate on certain words so that the really stupid, degenerate people get it about liberalism. And this shouldn't even be a message that they should be scared of, because there are lots of people who don't agree with liberalism, i.e. Trump supporters. Because the Biden supporters would be considered liberals. They are still liberal. And this is
They're not. The Biden people are not liberal. They're promoting a disgusting agenda
it's
that
about
is attack
sexual
on
liberation.
humankind itself.
It's about sexual liberation, isn't it? I mean, eventually, liberalism has degenerated into sexual liberation. It's okay to have sex with your sister, as long as she doesn't get pregnant, or maybe even if she does. I mean, incest is legalized. This is where liberalism leads you to. It's like, well, maybe it's okay to have sex with whoever as long as you don't get knocked up. And sexual liberation is a form of individual liberty. I understand that, and what we're trying to get at is whether it should be allowed or not. And the divine narrative, if you're going to go there, which of course I have to because I'm promoting Quranism, and it is this: are we the slaves of God or are we not? Because this is a question that Jews have been asking themselves too. So, because slaves, it doesn't sound very liberal. How can we all be owned by this, being, and we're not sure if he's, very nice. So, but actually, if we're talking about what we're going to be doing with our sex organs, it does sort of, mean that if we're going to obey God, it's like, no, we can't have sex with whoever we want if we're not married to them, because God said we can only have sex with people we're married to, and the people that we can marry has to be a member of the opposite sex, not within the forbidden degrees of consanguinity. And if we're going to go for that policy, that social policy, then we will have to be kind of saying, yes, we are part of God's creation, we are his slaves, he's telling us not what to do and what not to do with our sex organs. And this is the bottom line of the culture war, I guess. And I think this is how it has to be expressed, or people won't get it.
I don't have a disagreement about most of what this part or what you're saying.
Thank you.
People have to act like there's something wrong with this, and there is something wrong with it.
Wrong with what?
There is something wrong with these people having all these kids when they're not married. These kids are not brought up the same. They
yes,
are
and
not.
it'll mean that they will not be a credit to their parents. They will become convicted prisoners. I think there was some, Ann Coulter did a study, and it was 90% or whatever of convicted prisoners come from fatherless homes. So why are you reading the next generation of criminals?
Islam gets around that by saying children, they need to stay with their mothers when they're young. They need to, or that you end up with really sociopaths and this kind of thing. They need to be around mothers when they're young, and then they need to go live with their fathers.
Mm-hmm.
The father is the biggest protection children can have in a home, in society, anywhere.
Now, not in the case of Cinderella.
Hmm?
Not in the case of Cinderella. Sorry, I was thinking of exceptions, but anyway, yes, I take your point.
Cinderella's father didn't control the stepmother, but even Cinderella was better off being around her father than being without him around, because she probably would have ended up pregnant and not married her prince.
Yes, very true.
Okay, because even in that horrible family, they were not going to put up with Cinderella getting pregnant. You see what I'm saying? You're better off. You're really better off. And people have undermined men to the point they think they're of no importance, looking at paychecks. What makes a man a man is not his paycheck,
but his ability and willingness to protect and provide and perform as a man.
Drunk. Even if he's a drunk in the house, there's a good chance it's better off having him around than not at all. Having a man father in the house is important. They don't have to be perfect. Nobody is coming from a perfect family. And a perfect family is not this wimpy version that is being, propagated by psychologists and stuff, with these dads that are almost like women. Their behavior is like women. A father, if he's a little bit distant, he works a lot and stuff. Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with that. My dad went to work all day. He was not Mr. Play it around guy, not Mr.
There was a cartoon, an American cartoon called "Wait Till Your Father Gets Home."
Yeah, we had, right, we had that. But I'm saying is, it's not this idea that they have been giving instruction to men to behave like women.
Yes, and that is why feminism must be challenged, because gender equality has caused gender confusion, and gender confusion has caused gender dysphoria. And instead of men thinking, we're not going to put up with this feminist shit anymore, they've decided, we're going to have some of that feminine privilege, and we're going to become women, and we're going to beat the women at their own game by being, more womanish than they are. I mean, that is surely what is happening now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's many problems.
I mean, if you're going to, think of it as a political statement, this transgenderism, it's because these men are saying, well, you women get all the privilege. It's feminine privilege to get more offers of sex than you would like to accept. That is distillation of feminine privilege.
If you're going to go into it and you believe this is psychological, which I don't believe it's all psychological. We were talking about that before. But if you want to go from the standpoint that this is all psychological, most men, I don't want to say most men, a lot of men who go into prison will get their little love interest man in prison, do their thing in prison, and then as soon as they're out, they go back to women. Okay,
Yeah.
it is not all psychological. That's number one. And what's the point I'm trying to make here? It's complex and stuff, but this transgender thing, what's going on is they're encouraging people who do not have all their hormones yet, who have not matured, into not growing up. In other words, getting them to accept fantasy. And it is easier if somebody feels really awkward around the other sex to get involved in same-sex behavior from that standpoint, if it's being fed to them, all this malarkey, that there's nothing wrong with it. It keeps them from becoming fully woman or fully men. And so if somebody wants to be gay as an adult, this is somebody who grows up, he just can't stand women, he finds them repulsive, whatever it is, okay, that's abnormal. Okay, I'm accepting that's abnormal, but as an adult, if they want to go run off and do that and keep it a secret from everybody, go ahead, stay in the closet.
Yes, exactly. So, the closet has to be, built again for these people. And this utter rejection of having to perform gender roles comes with it's actually linked to the desecration of marriage, because if everybody wanted to get married, they wouldn't object to performing their gender roles, Carol. They wouldn't, because they'd see the performance, the expectation of them performing gender roles as the route to marriage. So, if you're a woman and you want to perform your gender role, you're going to be pretty, you're going to be sweet-natured, you're going to show that you love children, and you're very patient and loyal, and you're good at cooking and whatever. And if you're a man, you're going to be tall and have prospects and, whatever, to make, because these are displays of behavior that is meant to attract a partner, a long-term partner. And gender roles, the performance of gender roles is necessary if you are wanting to attract a partner for a long-term relationship. That is to do with child rearing. But since nobody does this sort of thing anymore, they're just left to fantasize about, being whatever sex they fancy being.
I don't think I come off as a particularly really feminine woman. I mean, a woman. I mean, you do see women that, they actually have kind of, I call them girly girl voices, and they're more frilly and this sort of thing. I'm not really like that. Okay. But I certainly don't hate being a woman. I did not hate taking care of my children. I cooked dinner, put it on the table. I did these things. I didn't think there was anything wrong with being a woman that I would try to imitate a man. Now, people have different personalities and maybe spectrums of what is girly girl and not girly girl. As a Muslim woman, okay, who wears hijab, obviously women who are extremely passive can't get along in the West unless they come from a family that was like that, because we get pushed around in public. We have things happen to us. So so if I was more passive, I would just take my hijab off, and I haven't had to do that yet. I have disguised myself before when I've been really, really tired of putting up with outside problems, but I have never had to dress, taking my scarf off in a way that's Islamically not compliant.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't be. We're not real passive. So one of the complaints people have about white American Muslim women is that they don't seem girly girl feminine enough or passive enough. Like maybe these white nationals wouldn't think we're passive enough, and that's why they're going to be what would you call them? Asian What was it?
Aryan Asians, I
Okay,
think.
Aryan Asians. Okay, Aryan Asians. So maybe they would think we're not passive enough. But you certainly should want to marry someone who's a woman that might could get it together to keep your family together if you get killed in a car wreck. And so this idea of making women so passive that they can't do anything, like no education, is this red pill idea. It's
But I
not the
thought him pregnant and chained to the kitchen sink.
yeah, it's not the best thing for a family's in case something happens. Because we don't have these huge extended families in the United States in most situations where a bunch of relatives are going to come take care of your kids. Most
Yeah,
of them just say, forget it, you can go for adoption. I'm not
yeah,
gonna-
yeah. I mean, I don't think men, maybe they don't really know. I mean, sometimes they want the woman to be really feminine, but other times they want
The
her to
red
be
pill thing, the red pill thing is overcompensating for men that uh, don't don't know how to be men. It's trying to reconstruct a man when they haven't really seen men in action, and it's not the best approach to take.
because men are no longer taught how to be men. And I think the people most qualified to tell men how to be men would be women. And the converse is the same of men, saying we want our women to be like that, and women will say we want our men to be like the other thing.
No,
And
what women are telling men is we want you to be more sensitive, and you be like my best friend, and you be kind and gentle like that. And
well,
then
obviously, I think
they're not so
only the views of sensible women like us matter, not
they
the women.
won't, they won't be attracted to them then. And
No,
so
no,
then you see these women going after the bad boys that are just as bad. You need men who know how to act like a man that also has the kindness and type of chivalry that was innate to their nature. And what we're having is our massive stereotypes being perpetuated by a bunch of people on purpose, such as the media, or by people who are trying to find, like they realize something's wrong and they're trying to reconstruct it, but they don't quite know what they're doing because they weren't brought up in a household like that.
okay, I mean, women's sexual tastes can be analysed in the following way. Maybe they get all excited by a bad guy who's tall and mean and mysterious and dark, and they think, oh, a geek, I don't want to marry a geek. But I mean, if the society was sort of, well, you either marry this big bad man who's going to break your heart and beat you up from time to time, or you can have this sort of beta male type who's going to be a good worker. He's going to you know, and maybe in the older days that was the kind of choice women had to make. Do I want to fall in love with some rock star or some poet, or maybe maybe a not so handsome businessman type person. So they'll have to make their decisions, and in the olden days they would make their decisions, carefully. But now it's who they want to have sex with, and yes, a lot of men want to have sex with them, and now the choice is really yes, a lot of men want to have sex with all these attractive women, but they're not going to be marrying them.
Because because for dating, if
You know,
somebody's thinking marriage, they're not picking the same type of people.
same type of guy, because a guy that would be good for a roll in the hay and shit's passing in the night is not going to be a good husband, right? He's probably going to stray, because women find him so attractive, and they're going to be throwing themselves at him, and he won't be able to say no. So these rules have to be set out again, and nobody will talk about that. Because basically, it all centers on marriage. But what I'm pleased about is that people complain that I talk about marriage so much. But I'm saying, if there's one big thing that you can talk about and concentrate on, it is marriage. That will that is the key to gender justice and the continuation of the race, whatever your race is.
Well, you have to start a brainwashing process.
I think You don't even have to brainwash them. You just shame them. It's like, well,
No. Shaming them is after the fact. You need to brainwash them young. That's one of the reasons I say they have to be out of the schools. The schools must be promoting this idea. You have your reading book. It's mom, dad, and the kids, not Jack, Fred, and
my two
who's
dads.
not becoming Gina, because they need to they need to be shown this. The brainwashing is school.
No. Society needs to be reordered, and therefore the social hierarchy needs to be changed. And I'm saying, under my system, which is really a mirror image of any patriarchy, is that married parents are the privileged group, non-parents are below them,
Right.
and unmarried parents are the sex offenders. And that's easy to understand, right?
Yes. Yeah, but you can't
But you
start
say that,
telling.
and they don't quite dare. Or people think, oh, well, I've been a bit gay. Maybe I'm an unmarried parent. Ooh, I don't want to talk about it in case somebody says, who am I to talk? Because you know, I'm saying that there is already, I think I mentioned it in the book anyway, early bird repentant to Quranic brownie points, whatever. So obviously, I'm not going to condemn, all those people who've done wrong because they didn't know any better.
No, I get what you're saying, and for a country like the United States, what has to be promoted are married parents with children. We do not have real extended,
Yeah, the nuclear yes, extended families were. Well, I mean, some people would be saying the nuclear family was actually the beginning of the end. When people no longer lived with their extended families, and then of course the nuclear family broke up, and a lot of people
I,
don't
I
have that much family.
I believe it's possible they could have some cultures that could handle all these illegitimate kids, and it wouldn't create a problem. It's a problem in the United States. It's absolutely a problem. This is going on. It's multi-generational. I know a woman, she had her kid in high school. That kid had some kids out of high school. Her kids are having kids not, all not married.
Yeah. I mean, in the UK, the people on welfare benefits who haven't worked in generations, and
Yeah,
they
stuff like
even have a name for them. I don't know. I mean, social workers have a way of dealing with them.
so you're basically breeding freeloaders.
Yes, a parasitic group.
Yeah.
The
Now
government is breeding parasites. That's what they're doing.
this may have been okay. This may be okay in some societies. I'm just going to leave it open to that. I do know that in Irish history, before Christianity got so big on the island and everything, it wasn't considered. It was not so bad that somebody had kids that weren't married, and they used to have the last name Ward. You know that last name Ward
Hmm.
that was actually the landowner. That just meant one of the illegitimate guys.
I thought it was Fitz, whatever. Fitz is Fitz Herbert.
Oh, I don't know.
Gerald. I mean, I thought that was a kind of unofficial way of identifying the
That's a later.
illegitimate.
Those are later names. The Fitz ones, I don't know, but they would say.
But I mean, the thing is, thank you for mentioning Ireland, because I think the English were more morally restrained. They didn't put up with gay behaviour, and I believe the Celts were kind of free and easier with that sort of thing, which
But they
maybe
had a
explains
society.
why the English came over to Ireland and
They
colonized.
they did. They had. They were, and they had a society where it didn't cause as much disruption if there was illegitimate kids. They were basically a bunch of farmers, and the currency was money, and the land. Irish people went with the land, so if there was a little war or something, it just changed who you gave your taxes to. It was not the English version of the landlord owns the land and you're only on there with permission. It wasn't like that. When you took over an area, the people went with the area. It was just a different sort of setup. The United States is not set up like that. The United States, It's basically, was basically capitalist. It's going socialist, but it's a different kind of setup, and a bunch of unmarried kids with fathers out of their homes. It is impossible it is almost impossible to bring up children very good as a nuclear family. Even we don't have the such extended families anymore. It's almost impossible. You're basically at being foolhardy in behavior and irresponsible. It's irresponsibility to have children out of wedlock. It's irresponsible behavior. And it's very hard to learn responsibility looking at a bunch of irresponsible people.
Well,
and so now you have
so you stigmatize them. You stigmatize them. It's easy.
Yes, and the school is a big part of teaching stigmatization. Do you understand? This is what I'm saying. The school does not teach this. You have to take your kids out of the schools. We have many reasons why you have to remove children out of the schools right now in the United States. It's because
we're talking about the ideal situation where schools would teach proper values.
Yes, and they're not. They will not do so as long as the kids show up to school. That's not going to happen because their jobs are not going to be on the line. Their jobs have to all be on the line for them to realize they're going to have to stop doing this. And what's going on is people are just, we're going to have a demonstration, in the street a little bit. Okay, Jerry, get ready for school. You got school tomorrow. I mean, yeah, this isn't going to do much of anything in the United States. I can tell you that right now. It'll just be people protesting, and the other thing's going to gain more and more momentum.
Yeah, so you have to explain to these people what is happening. Maybe the immigrants will be, they'll fight the system more because, it's just sort of, maybe they'll feel more foolish. Like, well, you made Hijra to Sodom and Gomorrah, those white people, it was already their country and they just got degenerate. But you came here, you came to become part of their global homo. How stupid is that? What are you going to do then?
Okay, the first bunch, it comes, obviously, if you're going to start talking about Muslims, the first bunch that comes, most of them don't speak English. Okay, so most of them don't really quite get the picture. Then you got the next little generation. Oh yeah, they're getting the picture, and they're identifying with this intersectional garbage and finding their function. They're now going to be a minority in America. They don't have to choose to be a minority. They don't have to adopt this kind of thinking. The advice is really bad that they're being told. If they go into the example I keep using is that example in the Detroit or Dearborn, where
they won, but actually they haven't. But I'm really, maybe the
Americans are not going to pay attention to anything at all unless it's a big enough rebellion against it that they have no choice. The schools will not pay any attention to people going down and screaming at school boards. They don't care about that. What they're looking at is, are those kids coming to school the next day?
All right.
Well, they had big protests against those books and stuff in Dearborn, but that imam that drummed that all up, as far as I know, he never told them, don't send your kids back to school the next day. They all sent them back to school the next day. This will go nowhere in the United States.
Okay, so really, what has to be done is for Americans, Muslim and non-Muslim, to support secular Quranism.
They could do that, but it's gonna go nowhere if they don't pull the kids out of school.
All right. I can see that. So, what is stopping them from talking about it? I mean,
talking about secular Quranism.
Yeah, because
they think it's a bunch of malarkey. Claire, they think it's malarkey. They don't like Islam for the most part. They don't like a lot of how the immigrants have behaved. It's a bigger problem in Europe, all this stuff, and that's why I'm kind of interested in looking at Europe. That's what I'm telling you. The United States follows Europe. It's less of a problem here, but they have not been behaving. They are oppositional towards the people who live in this country. So we have it's a multifaceted problem when you're talking about Muslims. It had a better chance, secular Quranism had a way better chance of being listened to in the United States if all these immigrants hadn't been let in.
Okay, but I mean,
They don't
we
want
have
to
to
be
deal
Muslims.
with
They
whatever
don't like
we
Muslims.
find ourselves in.
They
So,
don't.
so the problem is really with the white people again. The white people who don't want to get married,
Yeah.
who would rather die than admit that there's anything wrong with Christianity or liberalism,
But we
and whose hatred of Jews is like, yeah, we can always blame the Jews. That's part of our identity now, and it's part of their unofficial religion. Well, that's what we've always done. We blame the Jews. We're going to do that until the day we die.
They have to have a different narrative. Yeah, their narrative's bad. It's terrible. White nationalists, the narrative is
And I have to pick. I have to go around picking fights with them.
but within Europe itself, you've had much more of a decay of Christian identity attachment than the United States has.
No, because they really, really, really hated being burnt at the stake for challenging the divinity of
It doesn't
Jesus.
matter why.
So they had a much worse experience of religion than you guys in
but
America.
that's not the experience they had here.
Yes, because
can't
you
go-
only went to
I'm not
church.
blaming- Look, I'm not blaming here. What I'm telling you is that Christianity, as an ideological idea and as an emotional attachment, is way stronger in the United States than it is in
Okay,
Europe.
so
You're
we,
not going to get white
you need to
nationalism.
give it to them. You need to say, look, what do you think the founding fathers did? They didn't just separate the church; they quarantined the church.
Well, you're talking about education now, Claire.
No, I think they can understand what I'm saying. They just choose not to.
No, they're not going to. They're not going to listen to someone tell them to give up what they believe.
Yeah, but they believe in nonsense, and it's easy to prove
Whether
that they
you
believe
think
in
it's
nonsense. But yes, there's all this. Oh, we can't upset people for
you think it's nonsense isn't relevant. It's they think it's nonsense, and so what white nationalists?
No, but they think. No, the thing is, I know you think, oh, these people, they really believe that Jesus is God, and I'm saying no. I think they pretend to believe in it so that they can say when you so would you like a bit of Islam? They can say no, thank you, not today. We've got our own religion already. That's why they pretend to be Christian, because
Why?
it's a mark of being white and middle class, like the Paul van der Clay people that have been trying to draw your attention to. The Christian or post-Christian, but they can't believe in it anymore. The ex-Catholics, the pagans,
Okay, you have a
airy-fairy
group of
people.
Christians. You have a group of Christians trying to grasp for meaning and stuff when they no longer believe.
And they're full of shit.
Okay, whether or not they're truly full of that.
No, then I was trying to get you to listen to what they actually said at the conference, and I know you found it too tedious to listen to the nonsense, hours and hours of talking about nothing, and that is what they do. It's their displacement therapy. Paul van der Clay knows to mention a few sort of key subjects, key topics, and make sure he never comes to a conclusion. He gets all upset about, I don't know, there's somebody in the synod getting upset about gay marriage or something like that, and he wrings his hands. Yes, that's a very Christian practice, and he still hates on Islam because his favorite people are Douglas Murray and Tom Holland. Infamous, that historian, that British historian who's infamous for saying, "Ooh, Muhammad never existed." He made a Channel 4 program about it. But it's all dog whistle Islamophobia from that lot. And I know the kind of old aristocracy, Americans, old families, and all that. But that's all they have to go back on.
Claire,
And-
you never want to look at the aspect. I mean, you're always looking at the law and stuff. You never want to look at the spirituality involved in this and the attachment people have.
I know,
Christianity.
it's their culture, it's their ancestry, I understand.
No,
I
no, no.
get
You
it.
don't understand. You don't understand it because you yourself are agnostic.
No,
These
I
people,
understand how they would feel. I do get it, Carol. But I'm saying they should be able to talk about it. And Paul van der Klee has these sort of pretend where they can talk about it and then they don't get to talk about it because of the estuary protocols. I don't know. That's
well,
another
yeah,
thing I wanted you to look at.
this is just some, communist mind control garbage. Yeah, I don't know what the esoteric protocols all night. I mean, I don't want
Come
to.
all the way here to Chino, pay all that money for hotels and transport, and then maybe not even get what you want to talk about discussed because some Catherine Wilson is going to censor you because it might be too politically incorrect if you want to talk about anything that you might want to talk about that's really on your mind. I mean, listen to that John Vervaeke talking his shit and waving his arms around. That's all he does. It's like, what the hell did he say? What's his meaning? Crisis. He doesn't say. He just sort of stands there and waves his hands around in a dramatic way, using a few buzzwords, and they lap it up because they're so stupid.
Well,
I mean, they're not even my people, but
there's
I just can't
people,
bear this charlatanry.
there's,
And
there's
it's like, oh, we had a wonderful time. We sat round the campfire and sang
okay,
hobo
Claire,
songs.
this is okay. You're seeing something's going on in California here. There are religious people in the United States who are religious Christians. Okay, maybe uh, they're not maybe some of the Roman Catholics are very religious. Some of the Greek Orthodox are very religious. Some of the
You have to be blind not to see that the Pope is no longer Catholic. I mean, I don't know if you watch Michael Voris or E. Michael Jones. They talk about these things all the time.
yes, people are mad about it. But I'm saying is they have a spiritual attachment.
Yes, the sentimental attachment to the
No,
religion of their
Claire,
ancestors.
Claire. People have religious experiences, and you act as if this doesn't exist. And how these people interpret their spiritual or religious experiences under which way is what causes the attachment to religion. Okay, so Muslims, we have our spiritual experiences. So do Roman Catholics. So do some of them. So do all these different religions. They
Can you explain? Can you give an example of a religious experience? Or walking down the street and thinking you saw Jesus? Is that the sort of thing you mean?
some of that is having a profound feeling of awareness of God. So these things are part of the religious experience. It's part of this mysticism type of part of religion that people ignore now because they're all into science and stuff. I don't expect an agnostic or an atheist to buy into any of it. But the idea that Christianity is dead in the United States isn't true. Now it's way more dead in Europe than it is here. In
Okay, but it doesn't
California,
matter because
it's
it's going one way. It's rotting away. It can't protect these people who claim Christian identity, and you listen to these people, and I've been trying to get you to listen to their pseudery, the rubbish they talk for hours on end,
I don't want to
pretending
listen
this.
to
Yes,
Claire. I don't want to
I know,
listen.
and I
I
listen
don't
to
want to
them.
listen to hours to rubbish.
I
I'm
know.
already aware that it's Gaza has a big problem. Okay, I'm already
They
aware.
hold conferences,
I am
and these
aware of that.
stupid
I'm from
people.
I'm from California. I am aware of this. This is the state for all of this. California was the state for all this nonsense. Okay, it was the quintessential hippie experience. It's California.
I'd have more respect for them if they said, come and watch me make pot or hemp oil or whatever. But okay, so these these pseuds, which is what they are, because they think it's something to do with books and philosophy, but and they make all these little jokes that only they get, and yes, I suppose they kind of drum up a kind of camaraderie. Oh, we don't need to explain ourselves to each other because we know our culture, we know our philosophy and the mythos of the Christianity and yeah, but what they're doing is that they're only using Christianity as lifetime membership to being white and middle class and intellectual, and that's what they're doing. And yes, there is a great following for that, but it's not going to help the young men who get sucked into it because they're just having their time wasted. And okay, what I'm complaining about is that nobody wants to have a proper argument, a debate about anything. They won't talk about it.
No,
I'm sort of wondering why.
Nobody will admit they made a mistake. Okay, when this liberalism and stuff started getting so widespread, everybody thought it was just great. A lot of people thought it was just great. My generation thought it was just great. They made a mistake. It wasn't just great. They had never been around somewhere where you hadn't had a lot of social conservatives around. They'd never been around that. They liked being able to freely think, free access to stuff, feeling free. They liked it. They made a mistake. Nobody wants to admit they made a mistake. And it's very difficult when you've had this widespread of a mistake made to turn.
Pride is a deadly sin, and that's a Christian saying, isn't it?
But they're older. Okay, these people that actually made the mistake are older and dying off. So now the younger,
and they're not even telling their children that they made a mistake. It's like, yeah, just come and make all the same mistakes as me, and we don't care about you.
Most people, my age. I mean, most people just weren't having kids in high. I mean, I told you there was one girl at my high school that was from somewhere else. People weren't having kids in high school so much or anything. I mean, this wasn't so wide. It certainly wasn't enough that it was going to create a problem. I mean, people did kind of think, you need to get married, but it changed. It changed very fast because it all breeded irresponsibility, and they tried to have band-aid ways to fix it. People need a spiritual answer in the United States, not just law. But you can start with law. I don't have a problem with changing law.
No, I'm starting with American history. I'm saying that the First Amendment is supported by Chapter 2, verse 256, and therefore it is American. The whole and the manifest destiny of your exceptional and indispensable republic is to spread Islam globally. Once you adopt secular Quranism, and that is a narrative that I hope enough Americans will accept because it makes sense.
They trashed our own history to the point people don't even see the connection between that argument you make, and nor do they care. They have trashed our own history. Okay, everything has been trashed here. Everything. It's like if you look at what Los Angeles used to look like, you see all those homeless people. Think about that as academia. Okay, everything has been trashed. Our culture has been trashed, and people they didn't realize it because it just came in under this liberalism and such a dummied down education that they're basically graduating morons from high school. Yeah, sure, maybe some of them could do some
indebted morons.
Huh?
Indebted morons.
They're just morons, Claire. They don't know. They don't know enough about our history, enough about how people thought. Now you're trying to give an argument from early American history and comparing it to
well, I'm talking about the intellectuals. Oh, I don't know, the Ann Coulters.
The intellectuals are mostly liberals in the United States now. This is a horrible problem that's going on. White nationalists need to change their narrative and jump up and promote their culture, their whiteness, our history. They need to promote this. It is not being promoted through government, through academia, which they're all sending their children to be brainwashed in, and sitting around talking about whether or not they hate Jews isn't helpful. None of this is helpful. So you got a big fat problem here. The Americans, they need the white nationalists to wise up. White nationalists at least understand something was lost here. Okay,
Yeah,
but
and actually, they're smarter than the middle classes, because these are white nationalists. They start from a standpoint of, like, we've always hated the Jews. Well, they did it to us.
this
Why did they
narrative is
do it to us?
useless.
But the
This
middle classes.
narrative is useless. I mean, you could maybe understand that. You understand the banking system.
Yeah, but for the middle classes, it's like, oh, we don't talk about these things because we're middle class.
No, the middle class has had a dumbed down education, and they are overworked to create this lifestyle that's considered middle class now. You're talking about husband and wife at work all the time. There has to be some segments of the culture that can look at and evaluate and study these things. And Claire, housewives are invaluable in this. Housewives are invaluable in this. Half the reason I was a housewife, I could actually sit around, okay, this isn't good. I could sit around and read books on education and figure out what to do with my kids when I was trying to help them and stuff. People who are at work all day cannot. They cannot. We have an economy that has destroyed the family too much. So now people want to promote red pill. Okay, the wife stays home. She puts the apron on. She does this stuff. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's not the type of housewife you want. You want a housewife that can sit there and do all this research. They can research and look into this stuff. Has an effect. Maybe she picks a job that doesn't consume her entire life when they need to make some money and stuff. Housewives are indispensable in a family. Wives are indispensable in the creation of the next generation. So are husbands, men and women. It is not women have to be just like men, or they have to be only a housewife. We're not all baking bread anymore. We don't have to. We're not living in a country where we have to spend all day cooking anymore. If children are in school, we can do something else. We can get a crock pot out, fix a meal with a crock pot, and be ready.
Run your business from home if you're organized enough.
If you want to run a business, but you can also read with your mind. You can read books. Some of this stuff. Women need to get on the bandwagon here. Women have to lead in this, because the real men are at work. The real men who would take the lead in this are working. Okay, they're not sitting on their house smoking a bong, talking about how horrible Jews are. They're working. Now, they may be talking about also, the corrupt banking system, the Jews, the media, the media being controlled by Jews. Yeah, they may talk about that too. Real men go to work. That's why socialism is so bad. Real men go to work. They are creative. They make decisions. And if we don't snap out of this whole thing, we basically will have a bunch of men who are not men. And then who's going to look attractive to women? Some woman who's a big bull dyke, right?
Or a foreigner.
Yeah, some of these foreigners, yeah, but even the foreigners are buying the socialism and this kind of thing, because they think government should be giving them a lot more than what any white person used to think. They actually are buying into this themselves, because it's not just economics. It's economics. It's way of thinking. And it's the stifling of creativity in men. And that's why I'm so against socialism and communism. If you want to look at it just as an economic system, okay, everyone goes to work and gets their fair share. Yeah, that sounds great. Where's the creativity in that? It's gone. European white men were extremely creative.
Yes.
Extremely creative. And this stuff, all these things is destroying it. Europe is destroying itself. Their governments are destroying themselves. The United States is following suit. See, so I'm telling you, the United States follows Europe. Europe's going to go down, then the United States.
I think there might be some kind of cross infection.
Well, there's a cross infection going on with these banking and some of these other subjects that you think people are wasting their time talking about. It's all interrelated. It's all part of it. Sitting on a bong, sitting on a couch, smoking a bong, having a beer, that's not going to solve anything. Having government being the biggest employer in a country will not solve this. You see what I'm saying? The academic system that has bought into this, it is perpetuating this, will not solve it. It is the creativity of white men exploding to the level where it should be that can turn this around. And if they want to be Christian, okay, I don't really care. As long as they get the idea of social conservatism, and people just aren't getting it because they're so damn lazy. You see, it's creativity. If I don't have any money, a creative decision will be, okay, I'm gonna live in my car, and I'm gonna get a job and live in my car. That would be a creative decision. Maybe it doesn't sound like what anyone wants to do. It is one somebody used to do. They pass a law. Oh, if you're sleeping in your car, we're going to impound your car. You got to sleep on the ground. You see what I'm saying? White people had a really good culture. It was very, very good culture before it got so affluent and bought into liberalism. So how do you recreate social conservatism within a religion that itself doesn't have the rules in it? Social conservatism came from the culture itself. So now the culture has changed to the point that it's so liberal. How do you get Christianity to be able to be the leader in this? I'm not quite seeing how you can if you're going to sit there.
You have to completely trash Christianity and say
they're not willing to give it up.
Christians are cursed by God. You better stop that.
They're not willing. They're not willing to give it up. And
people should be prepared to say it to them because they can't defend themselves.
Claire, most white people don't want to be around how these Muslim immigrants.
They don't have to be around.
But they can't see that, Claire, because you're talking Islam and you got this problem with these immigrants.
Okay, I'm surely in your population of 300 million people that there's somebody capable other than you of seeing my point. There must be. You can't be the only American.
I think people don't. I don't know.
No. You can't be the only American who understands what I'm saying. I think the others are just sort of pretending not to hear, or just running out of the room.
I think other people can't stand and hate Islam enough that just the word Islam in it has turned them off. They don't want to hear it. And then you have Muslims that are insisting on a particular package deal of it. Nobody can see that the way you're talking about can become totally European and totally American. They can't see it that way because they don't think like that. And that's what happens with having a really dummied down education. I had a dumb education. It was not worth a poop.
How am I going to get through to Ann Coulter? Okay, she's the one I want to talk to, really. Why won't you talk to me? Because, I mean, if she would just give me an interview on a Substack, I mean, there's actually nobody I really want to talk to.
Doesn't like Muslims.
Yeah.
So this kind of Muslim thing. It's considered foreign. It's not considered white nationalism.
Yeah,
You
I
have to
suppose.
get white nationalists interested in Islam. White nationalists.
But shouldn't white nationalists also have some survival instinct? I mean, surely you can understand that religion. People don't have a religion for fun, do they? It's like carrying an umbrella.
I
You
think their religion's
umbrella with you because you don't want to get wet. You,
okay. If they think their religion is either good enough on a spiritual sense, or they think it's good enough as a white identification. Do you understand? It's like it used to be, like in the Klan, the United States Klan got big. Used to be if you're a Catholic, they hated, and Papists. They didn't like Catholics. So Catholics were not considered white people. So Italians and white people were not considered white. There was a line drawn. You had to be a Protestant to be really considered white. A white Anglo-Saxon Protestant was it. When I was a real little kid, a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant was considered white, not Catholics. Catholics were considered outside that sort of idea, and they had a lot of brown people in their church and this sort of thing, right? So they drew a line. Well, Catholics is what all Europe was and stuff before it kind of went Protestant. There have been changes. White nationalists now can probably handle Catholics and Protestants and Italians obviously are mostly Catholics still, but they were that is what was the Roman Empire. So if there are artificial lines in white nationalism. Islam can be a part of white nationalism.
No, I think that they just have to understand that Christianity was always meant to fail, and they have to not waste time going.
Well, they're not going to sit around and think. They're just not sitting around and thinking of it that way. They're
They,
thinking.
they don't, but I mean,
They're
actually, if they
thinking.
understood the arguments, the arguments are unanswerable.
They're not
I mean,
thinking that way, Claire. They're not.
okay, surely there's somebody capable. Surely there's somebody capable of understanding these arguments. I mean, even Ann Coulter, with a hatred of Muslims, surely she is capable of understanding the points we are making. I mean, she's not stupid. I mean, I've noticed that over the years, the cross that she's wearing gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's because it's dwindling.
She's scared her and scared her and scared her.
The white people are seeing the destruction of their culture and heritage.
Yes, but if they could just see it in terms of, I mean, okay, this is very, very Old Testament. But in Deuteronomy 28, there is the section about curses for disobedience. So Jews have been cut. It's in the Christian Bible, after all. They should be able to understand that people are cursed by God for disobedience, and it's not just confined to Jews.
Okay. Generally,
If they're so Christian, then
the Roman Catholic Church and stuff views Jesus and stuff as a new covenant, and the Old Testament is just not as relevant. It's not something that you're going to imitate anymore because the new covenant is with Jesus. Okay, so
yes, I know, but they don't really, really believe in it. But if they sort of believe in God, they'd have to kind of maybe dip into the Old Testament, where and Leviticus and Deuteronomy, it says very clearly what God expects of Jews and maybe of Gentiles, and if they really want to know what God expects of Gentiles, then there's the Quran. But whatever it is, it's not in the New Testament because it doesn't say anything about anything. Does it? The New Testament doesn't say anything about anything. There is no possible guidance.
There's no possible
anyone can extract from it.
way to set up institutional form of government exactly looking at the New Testament. What was the institutional form of government was the church in Christianity. And they rebelled against the church with the Protestant rebellion. That was a rebellion against the church. The church itself was the institutional idea of it. It was not reconstructed from the Bible. The church was not reconstructed.
Yeah,
from the Bible.
because William Tyndale was burnt at the stake for daring to translate the
No,
Bible into English.
I'm not talking about because of translating. I'm talking about Christianity itself was not
There's no
written.
guidance to
It
be got from the New
picked
Testament.
it picked the Bible and the New Testament after its existence. It was already in existence, and it
Sorry,
picked it.
sorry.
So
What was in existence before what? Sorry.
the church itself, was in existence
Oh yes, I
before.
mean that was part of the Roman,
No,
imperial cult. They
what,
just the buildings all stayed the same. They
no,
just
I
had
said,
a different.
listen. The church itself, the Roman Catholic Church or whatever, was in existence before the selection of its scripture. The church itself was in existence before. It was
The
not.
pontifex is the Latin name of the chief priest of the Roman Empire. They didn't even bother changing the name. Pontifex was
He was
the.
the Bishop of Rome. He was the Bishop of Rome. That's all he was. The Papa. He was the Bishop of Rome.
I mean,
What I'm trying to say is that okay? You can look at the Bible. Some people reconstruct Christianity from the Bible itself, okay? But the Bible itself was canonized after the creation of the church itself. The church existed before it canonized its own scripture. The church did not reconstruct itself from the scripture, it selected its own scripture. That's what I'm saying. Okay,
Okay,
then you
so
have
you're saying
Protestant
that the New
rebellion.
Testament, when was it compiled? You're saying it was compiled after the Council of Nicaea, before it?
Yeah,
What are you
it
saying?
was around Constantine times. The church existed before that. Okay, they had
Well, I
12.
mean, in the sense that there was obviously the Roman religion, and it would have buildings and stuff.
No. The church
No,
existed.
no. I mean, the Pantheon in Rome, it used to be full of Olympians, the Roman gods, Hera, Jupiter, and that lot, and then the round thing. You've been to Rome, haven't you? Have
Yeah,
you
I've
been to
been to Rome.
Rome?
Yes, I've been to
You've
Rome.
been to the Pantheon, the round building, where with the superb acoustics.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I went all over the place, but yeah.
Yeah, yes, okay. I just remember that particular building because the guide said before it used to have all the Greco-Roman gods, and now before it was dedicated to Jesus. So you can imagine that at the time, they just slung out all the old idols and put the new ones in. That was,
We're
what you
talking
must have
about two
meant.
different things. I'm talking about how the ideology and stuff. The church itself existed before its scripture. If you go look at a Torah right now, a Torah, the Masoretic text, that was put together way later in Judaism. There was many different similar texts, and they got together a bunch of rabbis and tried to create a version for all Jews. Okay, the church existed before it collected these different writings and made it into what you see now as the Bible. The church already existed. It existed before Constantine decided to adopt it as a useful something for the Romans. It got popular, but it existed before. So the need to have it a scripture that told you how to run government wasn't what anyone was thinking about.
Um, could you carry on for a bit? I'll be back in a minute. Is that all right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, maybe I'll look at some of these things here and see if anyone says anything. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, here's Jay talking his usual nonsense. Let's see.
let's see. Coffee number 2. Seems you're attempting to reform both government and religion. Well, she came up with an idea that's getting rid of beliefs, because she thinks basically what Claire is saying is if the West became half-assed Muslim, they could get their act together. That's basically what she's saying. Now, Muslims don't want to hear that. Ooh, half-assed Islam, we can't have that. And then, the other people are saying, oh, no, we can't have Islam at all. But what she's basically saying is, look, you don't even have to believe in any of this stuff. If you just became a half-assed Muslim, your life would be better. And wouldn't your life be better if you didn't get caught up in massive credit card debt and usury? Wouldn't your life be better if you sent your kids to a school where the school promoted the idea that children had to listen to their parents when they went home and wasn't undermining them? Wouldn't your family be better off? Wouldn't you all be better off? Half-assed Muslims are better off than not being Muslim at all in the West now. Again, that's basically what she's promoting, an idea that has, we're going to get some of these laws in here, and people can just be these sort of, not really Muslim, but at least they could get it together and have kids, and we won't be chopping up our children. We won't have teachers at school promoting chopping up our children, and we won't be promoting gayness to the point that no one's having children, because it's bad enough people are having way less children. I only know, as personal friends, I only know one family that has about 8 or 9 children, and they're not white. They're not white people. I mean, do white people want white people to go into the next few generations or not? I mean, I'm going to die. I'll die pretty soon. I'm going to be dead. So I'm not going to live to see this or not. But does anyone have enough sense of responsibility to think, yes, I'm going to preserve the future for my unique set of DNA? Does anyone think that? Is anyone even thinking along those lines? All right. So you guys think about, if you became half-assed Muslim, but you don't believe in any of it, you aren't going to do any of it, you're going to promote married people, you're going to maybe start being snotty and making fun of these people that are having kids when they're not married as something kind of disgusting. If you start doing that, if you have schools that are promoting you as parents having control over your own children, is that such a bad thing? Is it? Because right now what Christianity is promoting, at least seems a big part in the United States, is acceptance of just about everything. I mean, that's what's going on. So, I think people would be better off being fully Muslim, but if they don't want to, you don't have to be. We have plenty of Muslims that go out, drink alcohol, and do this other stuff. I think it's a good idea. It's a form of sort of a form of no-hidism for, you have no-hidism for non-Jews. Islam, as she's promoting it in this sort of half-assed way, I'm just going to say it, half-assed way, is a good idea for white Americans to be doing. But, of course, they don't like that label. So I don't know what other label you could possibly get. I mean, that's where the rules are coming from. She is getting them out of the Quran. How can you produce? I mean, how can white nationalists get it together to promote Christianity in some type of way that has some actual rules in it? Can they? I don't know. If they can or not. I'm not seeing it in particular. I'm not seeing that when I've been around churches and stuff. I'm not seeing this type of thinking going on. And instead, it's like accepting more and more people who don't believe in traditional families.
And that's the choice you have: either become responsible again or promote irresponsibility. If you don't like the idea of being a half-assed Muslim, does somebody have something better? Because I have seen nothing better being promoted other than an idea that we're Christian and we're not going to do anything else. Okay, be Christian. Can you Christians come up with some way of promoting social conservatism within your faith, so that people have a little bit, it has a little bit of momentum, and people will try to defend it? Can you do that or not? That's what we need to happen in the United States. I don't believe Christianity as a belief system is dead. So we can have Christian belief as Christians, and can they promote social conservative values with rules instead of this backing down in politics? They're backing down. You have politicians backing down, promoting gay rights, but then saying they don't believe in transgenderism. I mean, this is ridiculous. You promote the family only. Islam, if you want to look at Islam, Islam is saying what we promote is the family: man, woman, children. This is what we promote. This is what social conservative society must promote. It cannot promote these other things, even if these other things are going on, because that's what's going on. You have a educational system who is promoting not just irresponsibility, it is promoting not having children. It is promoting operations on young people where they can't have any more children. This is massive, sick thinking. And that people are even trying to argue points why they think it's okay or why it's acceptable shows how pervasive this sick thinking has become. Do we want a human race to keep on? Do you want to be forced as social conservative parents to bring up your children accepting global homo, transgendered as legitimate choices in society? Do you want to produce children and having global homo and transgenders adopting your children because they're seen as just as legitimate as you are? Is this what is this what we've come down to? So Claire's idea of half-assed Islam is interesting. Maybe we should just call it half-assed Islam. How about yeah, I mean, why not? Why not? At least most Muslims still actually want to have a wife and children. Okay. The problem is you have so many immigrants in here that are kind of oppositional to the wider people. It's not just that they're oppositional maybe to the culture, they're oppositional to the people themselves. This many people who are oppositional to the people in a country shouldn't be living here. So anyway, that's all I got to say about all that. And I guess I'll wait around a little bit more for Claire to come back and see what's going on. I don't know. I guess someone came to her door.
I'm back.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard what I was saying or not. Basically, I'm saying is that I'm saying is secular Quranism could be understood as saying, if you guys would just become half-assed Muslims, you could turn your countries around. Just like being a half-assed Muslim. That's what I'm saying. There's value in that. So, Muslims aren't going to say we're promoting half-assed Islam. The non-Muslims are going to say, oh, no, we're not promoting Islam at all. But anyway, that's what I said. And I guess you can see it if you ever look at the tape later. But that's basically what I'm saying is, and if the Christians can get it together to promote social conservative ideas in a way that makes sense and can be consistent and that they can agree with, that would be okay. But I'm not seeing them doing it.
They just don't even have the will to correct themselves. they're sort of thinking it's too late for us anyway, and we can't be bothered with all this marriage thing, and nobody wants to marry us, and that's sort of kind of true. But
Well, I would think Ann Coulter believes in marriage, doesn't she?
well, she's not married herself. But I mean,
Oh,
she's not even capable. I mean, she's a lawyer. She's really good at arguing, but this is something she's really not prepared to consider. She's just doing her, little interviews, and she's just sort of happy to do her Substack. I think she's being ignored by the media too. She's being marginalized. But I mean, okay, my whole thing is that you have to be very ruthless about Christianity because, okay, I'm going to equate it with a cancer that has to be cut out. It has to be cut out because if you think that it could just be made to work again, you're going to waste time on it when your energy and time would be better diverted elsewhere to making things work. Or even worse, it is like a parachute that you pack that will not open when you jump out of the plane. And that is the bottom line. And also if you examine the theology of it, if you take the prohibition against idolatry seriously, you would see that it is the worst form of idolatry. And even if you're going to be atheist about it, you're going to say, well, what has Judaism and Islam got? It's got a book of rules. It's believed to be from God. And Christians don't even have that. All they have is hearsay evidence that there were some guys who met Jesus and and reported some things said by him. And Paul never even met Jesus. He saw him in a vision on the way to Damascus, and Jesus was dead by the time Paul was doing his thing. It's so full of holes, and the Quran is actually so excellent in exposing the hypocrisy of Christianity, because you know the narrative, the Quranic narrative that Jesus didn't die on the cross. He only appeared to die on the cross. God lifted
it
him
doesn't
directly to
matter.
heaven.
It doesn't matter if he died on the cross or not, as far as Islam's concerned. You could make up an argument. Okay, yeah, but yeah, maybe he died on the cross or whatever. You can do the argument that you're not truly dead in Islam until you've been in the ground 3 days, and that he
Okay.
resurrected on the 3rd day, so therefore he wasn't totally dead. I mean, you can come up with all kinds of
Well,
arguments.
Lazarus was revived. Nobody's claiming that he's God.
Well, that's different. That was a miracle if somebody brought him back to life here. The Christian thing is he was resurrected, then went up and sat on the right hand of God. I mean,
But the reaction when you tell Christians, like, well, actually the Quran it accepts the virgin birth, it accepts the prophethood of Jesus, but and it says that Jesus didn't die on the cross. It only appeared that he did so, and then they'll be really upset with you. It's like, but he has to die for our sins. Because that will be their most immediate instinctive reaction, exposing their disgusting hypocrisy. Oh, we love Jesus. Oh, but he has to die for our sins. Oh, but we have a religion that says he doesn't have to. Oh, but we want him to die for our sins because it's a disgusting hypocrisy that will be immediately revealed.
Look, this thing is all tied into also as if you're born as with a depraved nature or not. These things are all intertwined. But what I'm saying is, in Islam, if they came out, if they found some writings that's saying, oh no, those ayahs were only telling them, look, these guys didn't kill him right now, calm down, and that's not what we said. Even if they came out and said that, it wouldn't change Muslim ideology, because we do not believe that whether he was crucified or not, or whether he came back to life or not after being buried in the ground, means he's God. We just don't think that way. So it doesn't matter this story about whether or not he died on a cross or did die on a cross or didn't, or all this. It's not a relevant. It's not.
No, I know you guys don't care, but it's to catch out Christians. When I explained,
I think they can believe that and be social conservative. So what I'm asking is, can the white nationalists take their Christianity and use it to promote social conservatism?
No, they can't, because they can't do it because it's already failed. Carol, they can't do it.
Turn it into something else. Look,
they had a Protestant they had a Protestant rebellion against the church. They could, if they probably put their minds to it. If they want to keep that identity, can they make it useful and work for the future? Do
They
we
don't
want?
even believe in it themselves, so how can they? You have to really
Well,
believe in it. I mean, the only
some
way it worked was when they were
you
prepared to
keep
kill
saying
each
that,
other over it.
Claire. You keep saying that, but a lot of white people in the United States do believe it. So I'm just going on why.
I seek them out. I seek them out. If I see any Christian, I'm going to ask them, and it's clear they don't
They
believe in
believe
it.
it enough to go to a church.
Yeah, but
Their
it's only
kids up.
because they want to be with other white people who
What if
share
it
their same
is?
rights.
So what?
But it doesn't make them do anything. It just makes them, fly the gay pride flag in their
Well,
church,
I
and
don't
that's
think a whole lot of white nationalists are waving the gay pride parade. They're not.
okay. They're not, but then they don't go to church. I mean,
I think quite a few of them do. Look, this is a difference in stuff that we're just looking at this from a slightly different angle. Can Christianity somehow be used to step up to the plate?
No, I'm saying it's cursed by God, and if you really believe in God, you would have to accept
Okay,
that
I
God
don't
is
have to.
plenty mad at Christians.
I don't have to. I don't. They don't have to agree with you that it's cursed by God. Is what I'm saying. They
Yeah,
don't
but
have
but
to
but
agree
but
with that.
but but but
When you saying
Scripture
that to
says
them, you saying that to them will not make them get off their couches from
no,
smoking.
no, no. But maybe that there are
And the
people
off
who.
the grid guys are too far away from everybody.
Okay, well, I'm really trying to direct, public intellectuals, assuming they have any kind of integrity at all, and there are a few, floating around, maybe Jordan Peterson, certainly not John Vervaeke because he's such a charlatan, talking his nonsense, and that Jonathan Pajot, I mean, why do these people think, but if we go to a different church on Sunday, we don't go to a Catholic church, we go to an Orthodox church, everything's just going to change, everything, it's like who cares which church you go to?
I
I
knew
mean,
I knew a woman who went. I don't know if you know. I don't know if they have them in England, but they're called they're types of congregation churches, and this one was a Church of Christ. There's a very, very conservative version of it and a very liberal.
mhm.
She joined that church on purpose because her daughter was, um, you know, kind of mentally ill and all this, and she'd had a kid out of wedlock and all this. So she picked that church on purpose because it was the most liberal church she could find and still believed in Jesus and all this. And well, okay, so I used to be involved in this big interfaith thing. So okay, so you go over there, and then pretty soon they had openly gay people coming in, and everyone's acting all sensitive and kind to them, and they're not in the closet. So I mean, people in order sometimes are trying to find something that's a little bit better for themselves, end up promoting.
Yes, the worst kind of thing, but I'm saying it's already cursed because of its idolatry. And even if you don't believe in all that, the point is that Muslims and Jews have the edge because they have a book of rules that they can follow, and even if they don't really believe in it, the narrative is that it came from God, and Christians have inferior scripture because it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. It's not even from Jesus.
Well, that may be true. That may be true, but it was that may be true, but I don't know. I don't see how. If their view is Islam is this dominating foreign force, which is what it appears to be.
Okay, I mean, even Americans say if you can't beat them, join them. That's
Well,
what they say.
no one in America is saying if you can't beat them, join the Muslims. Okay, I don't know who's saying that.
Grayson Quay,
Well,
the editor of the Daily Caller, Rod Dreher, who actually converted to Orthodox Christianity, he's kind of saying, Islam is the badass religion, or something like that.
Orthodox Christians are more conservative than Roman Catholics.
Yeah, because it's kind of, it comes from Russia, and Russia haven't, had the sex and drugs and rock and roll that the Americans enjoyed at the relevant time. So I guess they're relatively non-degenerate, and Putin's kind of trying to keep a lid on that sort of thing.
Well, they're
And
oppositional to
but
the Roman Catholic Church, and this Pope Francis is pretty, gay friendly. All right.
yeah,
So
I think Pope Benedict was the only kind of pope who tried. At least he tried. He was an Islamophobe, but he tried. And then I don't. Is there any kind of story about
they
what
shouldn't
happened to him, and
they
why?
shouldn't be promoting. Look, if they're Catholics, if they're Christians, they don't need to be promoting a different religion, but they do need to get their act together, and if they can, and if everyone is at the point, as you say, they're just pretending and they're just throwing money at a church and they're going to on weekends for community. Is that community big enough or strong enough to promote social conservatism? Can they do it? I don't
Doesn't
really
all
care if they believe in it or not. I don't care if somebody believes in trees or some of this other stuff. Can it, as a community, promote social conservatism in a consistent, logical manner that does not back down? Can they
the
get it?
answer is no.
Well,
The
you're
answer
saying
is
no. What I'm saying is, can these white nationalists do it? If they can, please do. If you can't, consider Islam. That's all I'm saying.
Ah,
Consider it. If you
it's a
guys can't,
challenge.
yeah, if you guys can't do it, consider being Muslim. Consider being a half-assed Muslim where you don't even have to believe it and you can just do Claire's idea. That's what I'm saying. Can you do it or not? All everybody does is not give any example of being any idea that they can turn any of this mess around. None
But
of
you
them.
see, you see, if you want to go by the divine narrative,
But
repentance.
I don't think it's going to be helpful to try to tell people your idea is full of doo-doo and your religion's full of doo-doo and that. No, if white nationalists want to hold on
They
to
don't
things,
have a religion, though. I mean, I know a few of
if
them have been
they
trying
want
to
to,
make one up.
no,
They may build one up.
David Duke, yeah, he was some kind of a Christian. Look, if you white nationalists can make Christianity that you identify with promote social conservatism in a consistent way that does not allow this backtracking of politicians, that does not allow this insane global homo thing going, can you please do it? I want them to do it. I don't care if they're Muslim or not. I want them to do it. If they can't look at Christianity and somehow turn it around to do that, then can they become a half-assed Muslim like Claire? Like Claire's promoting. Be a half-assed Muslim. Just take some of these Muslim laws and promote them. Okay? If you can't do that, maybe become Muslim. We have white nationalist Muslims. The white nationalists don't like them.
You're one of them.
Because they saw the problem. They for whatever spiritual reason or whatever why they became that. I would say most white nationalist Muslims agree with you that Christianity is not being much of a help right now in what's going on. In fact, they're facilitating it. And so this, if you want to talk about them being cursed, this is what's going to cause them to be cursed. Not that they, as far as I'm concerned, have some idea that, Jesus died on a cross or whatever. I don't care about any of this. Okay, my thinking, it just runs a little bit different than yours. So okay, you got a stupid religion, become Muslim. Okay, they think it looks too foreign, and they're right. The way Islam looks right now in the United States is too foreign looking. Nobody wants to be dominated by a foreign culture. No one does. Okay, that's what I'm saying. If these immigrants hadn't come, then Islam would have been seen as sort of just a hippie religion, and people would have listened to your idea more. But no, this mess with these immigrants and stuff, it changed the whole picture. And they're oppositional to Western civilization as a group. I'm not saying each and every single one is, but they are oppositional to it. They applaud when something bad happens to the West. Okay, we don't need that in the West. We have a very big problem. But can these white nationalists do it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't see it as going that way. And if Ann Coulter can't do it, if she thinks just wearing a bigger cross, if what you're saying is going to help some, no, it's just that's just a sign of that she is, oh, I'm not into this foreign stuff. I'm into maybe a white nationalist. I'm a Christian. I'm a white nationalist. Maybe she's trying to promote it that way. Well, I want to see some substance coming out of somewhere. Okay. And half-assed Islam is an alternative. Okay. You could become Christians and say, okay, we're going to accept Islam as a heretical form of Christianity, but maybe some of these rules are good. I don't care how they do it.
Well, I'm just saying, it doesn't matter what your culture is. You need a rule book for your group, because even gangsters, they we are, I don't know, protection racket people, and we do this or whatever. You need a group identity, and you need rules to protect you from each other, and that's how groups stay together.
We need good government. Can you get a good government out of what's left with this liberal Christianity that has kind of taken over? I'm not seeing it. When I see someone like who's that? Ted Cruz? What am I thinking of? He's pretty much, he's acting like it's okay to be gay. I mean, this is not, we don't need people acting like everything's okay, and then it becomes more and more bizarre. No, they need to say, no, this should never be promoted in our schools. This should not be promoted as a way for a conservative society to move forward. The United States needs to be socially conservative, but liberal in its examination of ideas and information. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what I want. I can't. Okay, if the white nationalists hate the Muslims and stuff, okay, hate me. Can you do something? Can you do it? Can you revive it somehow? Now, people don't like. Okay, but I say white nationalists, they should become Muslim. And if they became Muslim, they certainly would make it a white version of Islam and their own thing, sort of Harvard, I guess. They're going to decide what it's going to look like and stuff, and they would be outstanding because white nationalists care.
It's so much easier for them. I mean, all they have to do is buy my book and review it on their white nationalist channels, and then they can say how much they hate it.
They need to do something, and they need to not take 20 years to figure it out.
Well, I'm trying to help them.
Yeah,
there are plenty of people who non-white people who want white people to run their country properly.
Yeah. But you get confused in the United States. Gets a little bit confused because we do have areas where we do have a lot of sort of socially conservative Christians in an area, and it's so big that they're not really this liberal. But it appears that way when you look at California and some of these other places. What would really be helpful would be pulling the rug out of all these freebies for unwed mothers.
All these sacred cows, I mean, we just have to acknowledge what they are. Christianity is a sacred cow. Feminism is a sacred cow. The welfare state, the idea of being consenting adults having, allowed to have sex with each other. Lots of sacred cows. And yes, I'm proposing to slay them.
Slay them?
And I understand the problem.
Sacred cows. Yeah, okay.
Sacred cows.
Yeah, okay.
Being dragged to the avatar. And there are quite a few of them. It's a veritable herd of them. And they're all taboos to be breached.
It's all getting confused. It's all getting confused with being nice. Okay, it's all being confused with being nice. And unfortunately, this more of a social conservative type of generation that used to exist has pretty much all died off.
Well, I'm sure Americans have heard the expression, you have to be cruel to be kind, or maybe not. I don't know anymore.
But when you're cruel and you don't know how to be kind at the same time, it can get quite ugly.
Well, you
And
have to
we
do a
have
bit of
this-
both.
there's problems with everything. All the ideas I've heard, there's problems with all of it.
Hmm.
But yeah, I think white nationalists should get their act together. I'm not saying running around killing people. I am not a white supremacist in that sense. Okay, I am not. Islam does not promote white supremacy. I mean, even if someone were to think that this set of DNA is more intelligent or smarter, that is not how we are to judge people as a Muslim. We're to judge people on their piety and on their obedience to God, which is God obedience.
Hmm.
Also in faith is also obedience to God's laws. And Islam, under no circumstance, promotes the idea of promoting anything except marriage between a man, woman, and having children. It does not promote undermining parental authority. It does not promote these ideas. And what people are saying is, well, we got to be nice to everybody. So we got to be nice to gay people so they can be their authentic self and be all over and being in society. Well, you know what? Muslims have gay people too, but they're not not out there, because this is being misunderstood as being nice. It has to do with what we are
Status
promoting.
and hierarchy.
Has to do with promotion, what you are promoting. What is the best thing on a logical idea to promote a future generations is a man and a woman having children in a home. We're not promoting this other stuff. Now, if this other stuff is going on in society, all right, what are you going to do about it? But we're not going to promote it. The school system should never be promoting this.
Yes, and you should be asking yourselves why your government is doing this thing. It's self harm, isn't it? It's self harm. You're doing it
Imploding.
to
Yeah, it's
yourselves.
imploding. It's society imploding on itself.
Because there is no official religion. I mean, I've been trying to explain to people, it's like, Islam at least sees the logic of your laws being in harmony of your moral system, whatever it is. Obviously, if you're Muslim, you would say the Quran is our official handbook, but it's to protect you as a group. So so that you discourage the criminal elements of your own group, and you also hold your ruling classes to account. So, I mean, for example, supposing you are a Nazi nation. The thing is, Nazis would know, oh, we don't like Jews, we're going to be mean to them, and even if they don't know the detail of all the rules, but and so when they're ruling classes, when the legislature starts passing laws like, oh, you've got to be nice to Jews now, you've got to invite them to your home, and you've got to marry them, then obviously all these Nazis, well, what's going on? Because we're Nazis and we don't like to, it's that sort of idea. You have to have an official moral system, so when your legislature is doing things that are against its principles. That is why it's so important for America to have an official religion. And you don't quite agree, I know, but I'm saying now you're at the mercy of your legislature.
I did not say America shouldn't have official religion. I'm saying is under our Constitution and stuff, that's not possible. You're talking about redoing the Constitution. I'm saying is under this Constitution, we can't do that. Okay. I don't want to live under an Islamic government, because what has happened among Muslims is that they are takfiring each other too much, and the minority Muslims.
Okay, but you won't let it happen if you do it.
A secular Quranism idea. Yeah, I can go for that. in the
If
United
white people
States.
control it, then I mean, it should be, a different kind of Islam. I mean, you just have to have the self confidence to think that you're going to do it better than, these people who go around takfiring each other. And anyway, when people do it, it's to assert status over each other. It's like, it's almost a kind of, playground activity. Like, oh, you said the wrong word, and therefore I'm higher than you because you said the wrong word and I didn't. It's playground stuff, all this stupid tuck veering. And I'm sure, different,
Well,
I'm sure Jews, they do it
it's,
for fun. Oh,
it's
you said the
political.
wrong thing about our religion, you know.
It's political, and it's a lack of
Yeah,
um, higher leadership
I
over.
know, and even being politically correct, it's also a kind of religion. And I don't know if I've told you this time when I heard I was listening to a black channel, a ghetto channel, as somebody might call it, and they were all black, and they were accusing each other of, guess what, racism. Because they've sort of subconsciously acknowledged, oh, we're not supposed to be racist. And so they were, and it's like, this is a white people thing, this being politically correct and accusing each other of racism. But all these blacks have absorbed it, and they're doing it to each other because they absorb that, you're not supposed to say certain things, and if somebody says the wrong word, you can call them out and lower their status, and it's a pecking order thing, and this game can be stopped, but obviously, if it's going to be played at all, it should be played in a socially responsible way.
Well, the United States, we have a lot of races here.
Mhm.
Um,
But I mean,
we
black people
want a
can be
society.
racist against each other too.
We
They,
want
they,
us.
they they can say terrible things about each other from coming from a different island on the Caribbean.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is we don't want racial fighting breaking out into this country, and it's pretty much on the verge of that again because of this Black Lives Matter and all this stuff and this ridiculous politics and everything. It's making California is an ugly place to live in now in a lot of ways, unless you can manage to stay away from it all. In other words, can you isolate yourself from a
Yeah,
lot of this, depending on if you have enough money to go move somewhere where you just don't have to be watching or listening to it all the time, right? I
yeah, but
don't want this. Now,
George always better than a World War, and
hmm?
if you can keep it just at the level of a culture war rather than a civil war, then at least you have a chance of resolving things rationally, but obviously people need to be discussing things, and that is my frustration with the Paul van der Clay satellites. They don't talk about things. They only give the appearance of talking about things. But
Well,
they're just intellectuals, just showing off. Oh, we can talk about rubbish and nonsense for 3 hours, and nobody will notice, and they'll just tweet our link to our video and say what a profound conversation it is, and they do talk nonsense, and that is another thing I
well,
wanted to say.
I personally don't. If I'm having discussions with people or whatever, I don't want some limitations on what I can or can't say. Now, if people want to get too nasty, yelling and screaming dirty words at people, yeah, I mean, I can do without that. But I
Yeah,
don't
but the
agree with
estuary
these.
protocols. You were saying something interesting about that before I
I
interrupted
don't
you.
want to listen to some sort of modulated conversations where people are stifling free speech, and that's what Esther, as far as I can tell, that's some kind of
It's
stifling.
totalitarian.
Yeah, something like that. I don't agree with that. I do though agree with it in schools. I do agree that in schools it should be very what's promoted as social conservative. That's what should be promoted in schools, and children do not get to have the same amount of free speech adults have.
Of course not.
I don't agree that. I think if you have stability and learning that promotes uh, your own history, the history
Is
of the
that your
people.
phone?
Yeah, let me see if I can turn it off. and their own culture and stuff. In the United States, of course, they have trashed our own history. Our own history has been trashed here. There was many good things in the history. People want to sit there and look back 200 years. Somebody did something like this. Okay, we are all products of our time. And are the products of our time going to be this? Global homo, mutilating children, having a generation of people that can't even figure out what decision to make because they're overthinking it because they can't even form logic. Let me turn this off. I'm going to turn my phone all the way off. You understand?
Yeah.
This is a big problem. So yeah, I like the idea of secular Quranism. The problem is because it says Quranism, it has to do with Islam. People are really, really, really resistant to it.
Well, the thing is, if you tell them that it had to happen, all this had to happen, all the bad stuff that led to this point had to happen because there was no other way. There was no other way. It's like it's saying, well, what else are you going to do? You've had all this time to think about it. Like, you could make your own new pagan religion if that's what you want. You could be Hindus, you could be Buddhists, you can try Nazism, you can try fascism, but actually the easiest and most respectable thing is still Islam, and it's already there, and only their pride prevents them from even looking at it.
It's a huge public relations. It's a huge public relations sort of thing that's almost impossible to do with this immigrant mess going on, Claire.
Well, okay, I'm just saying I can do it if I just get a platform. But they're all like that. Mainstream media won't platform me, and all the people at the bottom.
Corporation, listen more. Listen, I can tell you this. These corporations, the World Economic Forum, the banking system, the media, the last thing they want is social conservatism that actually has rules to it. They only want to talk to it in a vague manner. So no, they're not letting you on any of these platforms.
Yeah, but the people at the bottom.
They don't want any rules to social conservative because what these people want is chaos to get their own stuff in. And they're not going to let you on because they're promoting their form of chaos.
Yeah, but what about the people who have bigger channels than me who won't let me on? It's a corruption of their soul. It's like, well, they have no alternative. There's no rival idea even.
No,
have you heard of any rival idea?
There may be rival ideas, but they're not going to give it any airtime, Claire.
Exactly. So they're just as bad as CWEF and all the.
But because they don't want it, we have.
Yeah, because they're as thick as shit, and they'll die as thick as shit, and they're saying, "Yeah, that's what we want to do. We just want to go to our graves."
They don't want social conservatism.
Yeah, they don't want it. They don't deserve it. They can't do it. That's why they don't want it. They don't want. These men don't want to marry a woman of their own race, even if one could be found.
Social conservatives do not control the media in the United States. They do not.
No, but I'm talking about just the nationalist channels who are bigger than this. They're not platforming my idea. Yeah, I'm talking about.
They just are not getting the picture for some reason.
It's for the same reasons. It's like I don't have to engage with you because I know you're gonna win the argument, and then I'll look a bit stupid. But I haven't got a better idea. But you lose because you didn't make me like secular Quranism.
They're not entertaining any idea that they can't connect to white culture in some way, and they don't believe Islam connects to white culture. Well, of course it doesn't, because it hasn't been developed within white culture yet. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to look for anything or look at anything that's not somehow connected to white people and white culture
Yeah,
already.
yeah, but they're not even prepared to talk about it. That's the thing. They're not even prepared to argue about it.
Claire, they can't even come up with their own idea.
Okay, I suppose I'm thinking of a
I
particular
don't like
person.
Jews. I hate, I don't like Jews. I don't like black people. We don't like Muslims. We don't like all this stuff. We're gonna maybe go off the grid and breed a little bit out in the middle of nowhere. I mean,
Smoke a bong.
none of this. Their narrative sucks. Their narrative absolutely sucks. It's too bad they will not entertain talking to white nationalist Muslims, because white nationalist Muslims, they're all for culture. They're all for Western civilization. They're all for preserving it. They're all for getting married to each other. And
No
then
one wants to marry them.
Huh?
No one wants to marry them. That's
No,
why they're giving up,
about
and they
white
know.
nationalist Muslims. They're promoting white Muslims marrying white Muslims, but there's this, where the hell are they? I mean, it's kind of but they would be better off if they became Muslim, if they were not paying any attention to what these foreign Muslims were doing and came up with their own Islamic lens of it going through their culture. Yeah, white people would be way better off. The West would be way better off, because they never would have ended up with this, promoting total degeneracy to this point. It just wouldn't have happened, because white people thought, no, but they got dummied down. They got dummied down for a bunch of generations in school. Don't defend yourself. Christianity stinks. They were pretty much told the religion stinks. You guys stink. White men are all racist. Now it's like, oh, you're white, you're all racist by definition. Okay, if white people, if a lot of white people are racist by definition, I know black people that don't want to be around white people, plenty of them. Some of them are my relatives. Okay, I know plenty of people like this. I know plenty of black people who say they will not entertain the idea of marriage with anyone except another black person. There's nothing wrong with white people thinking like this or doing this. There's nothing wrong with the idea. I say is we can have diversity, and diversity is not everybody turning into a big beige monoculture. Diversity is preserving diversity. We can preserve diversity, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Now we should have governments who are thinking about the welfare of our own people. Europe should be allowed to keep their cultures intact. This massive amount of immigrants is destabilizing their cultures. French do have their own culture. I don't ever want to live in France. I don't ever want to live there. I don't like it. But they do have their own cultures, and they're distinct from the other neighboring cultures. Culture is fluid, but they do have distinct cultures, and putting this many immigrants in there like that is destabilizing the culture, and also the economic union was having open borders like that. Every group of people should be able to keep their own culture, their own identity, their own tribal views, and also why not preserve these different DNAs? I'm a hybrid white person. I have DNA from quite a few, not a jillion of them, but I have
German
DNA.
and Irish.
Well, German, Irish. I think there's some French. There's probably some Italian. So a little bit of that, but it's mostly culturally, it was mostly this sort of a German and Irish kind of a cultural mindset, but not to the point that if I went to Germany, anyone's going to say I'm a German, and in Ireland, nobody's going to say I'm an Irish person, right?
I suppose they would if you spoke the lingo. I mean, spoke with the same accent.
Well, they would say I was American. Oh, you mean could I pass? Yeah, I could pass if you
spoke with an Irish accent, or if you spoke
I'm passing something. But my loyalty, my cultural heritage is the United States. I am from this is my country, the United States. Okay, I'm
Mhm.
not going to and anyway, this is a big thing, but yeah, they need to think about it. And Islam is a good option if they can get away from this.
No, they have no choice. That is what
Well, they
they
do
want.
have a choice. They can die out. They can
I think that's what they
disappear.
prefer,
Well, if they want to do that,
rather than marry a woman of their own
how
race,
unwhite of them to
even if one could be found for them.
look, how unwhite to think that way, that you're going to give up. You're going to
Yeah.
give up before the party's over. You're going to give up.
They're not even going to make the arguments. They're not even going to entertain the arguments. They're not even
It's
going to talk about it.
it's a sad state of affairs, and we have a country where people are more and more afraid to speak openly about what they believe. You can't even speak on YouTube without fear of getting channels canceled and all this, and everybody's so dependent on this social media and stuff. And it's an example of a breakdown of community, that social media is this big. We are losing touch with our humanity.
Yeah, but people are so addicted to it because they think it's political activism, and some of it is, and some of it isn't, and they think posting shit about Jews and whoever is political activism, and it's like, no, you have to organize, you have to discuss ideas and accept challenges from those who wish to challenge your ideas. Not, oh, let's be in our own little special exclusive little echo chamber and never let anyone darken our doors who disagree with us.
But churches were invaluable in providing community for people, and it's not good that they're all disappearing. In Europe, a lot of churches are being bought up by Muslims.
Yeah, because they want somewhere to worship, and they notice.
It's a nice
Yeah,
big
and some of them have been restored quite sympathetically. I think there's one in, I think Wales or somewhere, and that they've kept the facade of the cathedral or the church, and but behind it is a modern building.
It wasn't Islam that caused this. Now,
No, it's a
you gotta
failure of
watch it.
Christianity, which didn't fail in the last 50 years. It's been failing for the past 500 years.
Well, it
I mean,
started
really, it has, if
failing.
you
It
think
started
about it.
failing at the with Martin Luther. It's actually what started it. Martin
Yes, the War of
Luther.
Reformation 500 years ago. And the thing is, most people they haven't been taught the history of Christianity because I guess their government didn't want them to not be Christian anymore. But they can't hide it anymore. If something is okay, if it's food, if Christianity is food, it's unfit for human consumption. And if you keep having it, you're going to get ill, very ill. Maybe you'll die because it's not fit. It's not doing it's like religion is not a precious family heirloom of stained glass windows and beautiful stone buildings
Yeah,
and
I don't know. I don't know.
it's not.
I don't know what to say about this really, because I was brought up Catholic. I just didn't believe Jesus was God. I ended up, I lived somewhere where you could be around different religions. So yeah, I had some Jewish friends, I had Christian friends, and I didn't particularly have any Muslim friends. But I did end up, I was from a time when looking at religious alternatives was kind of part of the hippie thing. I ended up becoming Muslim. My big joke is, yeah, I picked Islam instead of the Hare Krishnas, right? That's kind of the joke I made. I come from an era that was like that. I don't see people thinking like that so much anymore, that they're actually thinking about why is it they're doing exactly what they believe or so. I don't see any people particularly
Because
thinking.
they don't believe in anything in particular.
They're believing in money and materialism and this sort of stuff. You have to this will not make you happy, this type of materialism. It will not. Humans need community, and So some people like the church for community. Some people leave the Roman Catholic Church because a Protestant church gives a larger community of more hours of community. They don't want to just go in, have the Eucharist, and then go home. They want community. Humans need human connection, and they're becoming so separated from each other. They don't have it. So churches, in my view, I know you think it's all kaput, and it is, but I would hope that churches could get their act together and get more people in there, get community. It is the destruction of community that is going to lead to people not being able to be politically active and to fight against injustice and stuff, and the destruction of the family. There's a further caveat. I mean, religious community is the end.
You need a community center for
Yeah,
a community, and it used to be the case that the church was the village hall.
right.
It was an extension of the church. And for for white people, their community center is the pub.
Well, it's really important in the United States because we don't have the huge extended families. We don't have that really.
Well,
So,
not
yeah,
many
it used to be a
people
community
do
pub. Yeah,
either.
community pub. Yeah, the old community pubs. That was one sense of kind of community people have. The neighbors would go in there and talk,
Yeah,
and
the locals, and it does. Yeah.
so much moving going on. People not staying in the same place or for their full careers. All this breakdown is creating a mess, and if no one is standing up to this, it is inconceivable to my way of thinking that people cannot understand why it's not okay that teachers have undermined parental authority like this.
The other problem I think is I mean I was reading today about how Americans dispose of medication. A lot of meds are get into the water supply, and a lot of the water and a lot of these meds are psychotropic drugs,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And I think the problem, okay, I get the impression that most people I talk to are half mad anyway. That there's a bit of their brain that isn't really functioning because they don't seem to understand the meaning of words. And I think it might be because of these psychotropic drugs. It's like, yeah, maybe you need to feel really, really, really bad about yourself because of something that happened. And maybe you shouldn't sort of, take some pill to stop you from feeling bad because maybe the pain will make you do something to fix your life. And maybe that's the only way to get out of it, to feel that pain and do something about it rather than to not feel the pain and carry on doing it or whatever it is that you're so depressed about.
People are horrified with the idea of having to live in a car. I can tell you, it won't kill you.
No, it won't. Of course it won't. But the thing is, you might have to live in a car. You lose your job. You might, lose your job if you say something wrong. You're going to lose your friends. People won't smile at you anymore. They'll frown at you. You won't get invited to parties. You know,
The
people,
the economic ride in California was at a level that the idea that people would actually be um, you had I would say probably my generation, not my sisters, but mine, they actually had no concept of being that poor, right? That could actually happen to somebody because it was I want to say affluent, but it sounds like I'm talking about rich people, and I'm not. I'm just saying it looked good when you're outside. It looked good, like when all this COVID stuff was going on and all these businesses were closing. California still looked good for quite a while,
mhm.
and then you're seeing more and more little stores closing and this sort of thing. It still kind of looked okay. In some of the other states, they got hit hard real fast. So
Mhm.
a little bit of and it's I don't know. I don't know. I wish people would wake up. I wish they would understand what
You
their
can
purpose
wake up
is.
if the
They
message is
don't have to. They don't have to agree with what's going on. They can go in and just say no.
I
And
think they won't fight it because they don't think they're going to win. I think that is a problem. They spend too
I
much
think
time online. They spend too much time online, and they think what they're doing is political activism.
that they
And,
have been promoted to be passive. We've been promoted to be
that's because the men have become women.
not
And
because the men have become women, because the school systems for three generations have programmed passivity into the culture. I mean, if you look at all these examples of what a guy's supposed to act like or whatever, it's a feminized idea of a man. And then you have a red pill version being promoted that is ridiculous. It doesn't even understand the kindness a man has. You know, it's awful what has happened. And
there are no male role models. I mean, that's what it's about, isn't it? No male or female role models because mom and dad
they're
don't live
male.
anymore.
There are male role models, but they're not promoted in media. Okay, there are plenty of places where you still have father. Well, oh, okay, like I forgot what year this was. His daughter got raped, so he went and killed the guy. Okay, that's behaving like a man, right? Someone raped his daughter, so he killed the guy, raped his daughter. Of course,
Yeah, because I mean, I'm sure he would. That he wouldn't be getting any justice otherwise, would he?
yeah, pretty much. And I think he went to prison for it and all that. I'm not saying people should run around killing each other, but what I am saying is normal male reaction
It's demonized.
yes, it's demonized. Yes, a
And
normal
because we live in a matriarchy, and that's another important word that is people will argue about. I mean, I'm saying restore the patriarchy and everything will be all right. And we live in a matriarchy, and people, oh no, but we don't live in a matriarchy. And I'm saying, if you're 50% bastard, you are matriarchy, and you don't even have to be 50%. For because it's a trinity of sin and all these the two other people that made up the bastard is not
it's
there.
certainly acceleration because the people who think you're supposed to be married to have children don't have as many children.
Yeah, and you're being overwhelmed by all these bastards and unmarried, and you won't be able to address a problem using the current rules, which is why I unashamedly promote a one-party state, because I just don't see how you're going to. I mean, if I said it could be corrected, nobody would believe me. So that's why I say these things, Carol, because otherwise people don't understand the problem. They won't understand the problem until I explain why it has to be a one-party theocracy, because voting is not no democratic politician is going to win on this on this.
If the schools if the schools had to promote the family unit, mother, father, children, and you still had a large number of illegitimate kids in the school, and a kid came over to the teacher and said, blah, 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 Tony's parents are not married. Oh, yes. Well, we don't want to talk about that. There's a lot of different ways you can promote being married. And one of them is, instead of saying, yes, we have many different families, it could be, well, that's not something we're going to talk about.
No, and a pregnant schoolgirl should be expelled. They shouldn't be allowed to be seen by her classmates. And this is another thing that it's like, oh, she's pregnant. We have to ask her how she's feeling. No, she shouldn't be darkening the doors of the school.
Well, I think a lot of them go to
they have to go to houses of fallen women or whatever.
Well, I think a lot of them will end up take the classes at adult school at night or something.
Yeah, I mean, the impressional, children shouldn't see them, or they
need to be in separate schools. This is too far out of control. They need to be, girls' school, boys' school after.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, secondary education after the revolution will have to be single sex. No more co-ed.
Yeah, it
I,
should
I
be
mean,
co-ed.
that,
It shouldn't be co-ed for junior high. It should not be. Should not be co-ed for junior high or high school. And at least that would put it off until they have a little bit more brains. Because
yes.
then there would be someone who actually got pregnant because they went out of their way trying to find some little
Mm,
boy to do something with or whatever, instead of being in school where you kind of ended up liking somebody or whatever. But the media has to change. There are a lot of things to it, but
yes.
it has to. Yeah, they do need to separate the genders in school. They have to. We have
Well,
enough women. I'm sorry. We have enough women now who can teach the sciences. I mean, for a while there wasn't, but there's enough women now that can teach science in high school and junior high and stuff. At one time, the women just weren't majoring in that, and they actually probably had to bring in a man teacher for that and for math. We have enough women educated that they can teach that. You see what I'm saying? It
mm,
wouldn't mean, okay, not same, not equal education. It wouldn't mean that right now today. Although you have a lot of them who went to school with the dummy down education, so there is that. But they could teach it.
hmm
It's not like if you went to the girls' school, you wouldn't be able to take advanced biology or something. No, there's women who know those subjects.
They'd have to do the thing of, you stand up when the teacher comes in.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe. And they also couldn't have separate gender schools where the teacher, if they need to have a male teacher because they can't find a woman to teach the subject, they can have a male teacher come in.
yeah, yeah.
But
Why
those
not?
kids should not be in the classrooms like that, because we have a media that is encouraging them to get boyfriends.
And
To go
school uniform.
school uniforms. If you have a uniform in a school, the girls are way nicer to each other.
Yeah.
They're way nicer to each other. Now, as a Muslim, maybe I'm going to say, oh, we can't wear that uniform. But no, if they have uniforms in school, they're nicer to each other. There's less reason to start picking at each other, less reason to
There's
start.
reason to bully each other about their
Yeah, my sister went to a
clothes.
Catholic school, her last year of
Hmm
high school,
hmm
and they had like the plaid skirt, and you had to wear a certain type of shoes, and you had to wear
hmm
socks. You weren't allowed to wear nylons, believe it or not. And
Oh.
you could wear knee socks up to your knees. You had to wear,
hmm
and the skirt had to be long. They had to kneel
It should be
on the floor.
over the knees, below
Yeah,
the
you had
knees.
to kneel on the floor, and if the hem of that skirt wasn't on the floor, you had to go get a new skirt or make it longer somehow. Take the
Yeah.
hem out and make it longer.
hmm
So they had kind of like rules like that, and there was no fights at the school among the girls.
hmm
Zero. The
hmm
worst fight my sister saw was somebody said something and somebody kind of backed up for a minute and said, "Oh, well, okay, I'm sorry." There was no fighting between the girls like what you see
hmm
now in the other schools. It wasn't just because they're Catholic; it's because they're all dressed the same, they're all looking like that, they were all being told very social conservative stuff in their classrooms.
hmm
And it was a much better education, even though the science education was rinky dink. Okay,
hmm
their science was not. They didn't have the as modern lab and all this. So yeah, they should look at this. They should look at Islam and start doing. They should do some of this stuff.
You
Yeah,
see, I mean, nobody talks about these things because they're not even married. They're not having they don't have children, so these things are kind of unimaginable.
it's unimaginable. They've never seen it. They don't understand the behavior becomes different if they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and it's I would say that 1 year of education, my sister told me this, that 1 year of being in that Catholic school made college easy for her the rest of her time. I went to public school the whole time, and I can guarantee you, without a fact, it was a substandard education far as I'm concerned. The only reason I can read is because my mom taught me how to read and had someone else tutor me in it when I was doing bad, when I'd memorized all the pictures in the textbook instead of the words underneath the pictures.
Mhm.
and this sort of thing. All this stuff, this all has an effect, and they're very easy solutions for what really are societal problems. If your kids are being supervised by their parents and they're in a school where, while they're going through their sexual development, they are not around the opposite gender, there's more of a chance they're going to get through high school not getting pregnant or sneaking around. Okay.
Mhm.
They're being encouraged to sneak around now. They're being
Mhm.
encouraged to.
Mhm.
But what is a better chance for someone's future than to get into adulthood without a bunch of problems and a substandard education? You get a good education and then decide what you're going to do and how you're going to live. And Islam has answers to this. Separate the men from the women. Separate them. Has good answers for things. You're so materialistic. Don't run your credit. Don't run your interest up. No usury. Want to have a kid? Get married. If someone's not worth getting married to, don't even bother dating them. Don't even give them the time of day. I mean, I don't know, whatever it is people. It's terrible. It's terrible thinking that it's so bad now. It's so bad. And now that
Mhm.
we have our educated people who can't get married and are having trouble even dating because they can't relate to people who don't have a certain drive. These girls that go through school and, they go get these masters and PhDs and stuff, they have a drive to them. Yeah, they're going to have a little bit of a problem being around guys who had no
You're
drive.
roboting.
Oh,
I don't know what to suggest.
I can click off and come back on, but we've been on a long time.
Yeah, we have. Do you want to finish your point
Uh,
before we reach the 5th hour?
I think people should look at Islam, even if they don't want to become Muslim, as to the rules in it and how it could.
Because they have no choice.
Yeah, it would be a good idea. Yeah, instead of trying to figure it out as they keep adopting more and more of the absurd and degenerate lifestyles.
Mm.
Because all they're doing is trying to fix things without making the choice. The boys and girls have to be in separate schools. The teachers cannot undermine parental authority the way they have been. And people need to push back on this a way that's effective, not
Mhm.
just, I'm going to say the hurty words now. I mean, they need to be a little bit more with it.
Mhm.
Say no and mean no, and yeah, you're going to do this to our kids, or you're not having my kid tomorrow morning, because that will change it. They want their jobs. The teachers union is the biggest union in the United States. I think they want
Is
their
it?
yeah, I think so. They
Mhm.
want their jobs.
How would you title this dream, Carol?
Gosh, I don't know.
What would you say we talked about most? I mean, I have talking to Carol about what do we talk about?
I would say that the fallacy of why people aren't looking at Islam, even if they don't want it as a belief system, because Muslims still have intact families for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And do you want a future? Is there a future for Europe if they continue like this anymore? Is there a future for the United States? You know, there
Okay,
has
I've
there has
got
to
it.
be. I don't know. I don't know what you want to call it.
Okay, I've got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. See you later, alligator.
Thanks for coming. Take care. Bye.
Bye.